Hello. Hello, how are you? Listen, we are going to discuss things. We are going to warm ourselves up. And I'm going to welcome you, and especially you. Hello, Creakers. As you seem to be the only person that has arrived in the chat. But I've got a special surprise for those who arrive in the chat early. And that is talking about the topic. React. And to talk about the topic that you have proposed, we will play the superior game. That's right. This game. Hello, Bill Portley. Find a game. That's right. Do you recognize this game? Do you know this game? Give me some enthusiastic emotes if you know this game. And then I will tell you something magical about it. Maybe you need the voices. That is the beauty of Go, Creakers. I'm not sure if you are aware. This is Go. I'm not sure if you are aware of this. You can even look it up. Go is not and has never been, to my knowledge, segregated by gender at all. People of all genders play against each other in the professional Go league because it seems that in Go, women are not considered inferior to men. And so everybody just plays with one another regardless of gender. Which means that what the International Chess Federation has done with trans women is impossible to do with Go. Because in Go, there is no gender segregation to begin with. Yeah, but in one-on-one matches there is no segregation in Go. And pair Go is pair Go. Pair Go is not exactly pair Go. It has a little bit of randomness element to it. It has an element of unpredictability to it. You know? So I guess pair Go is a different topic. But one-on-one Go, so like the main Go, has no segregation, which I think is very important, especially when we discuss things like what the Federation has done. Of course, the wise choice would be to do away with any sort of gender segregation in chess to begin with. But I guess the Federation chose to be bigoted for no reason at all. And there are some really curious... What? Next, non-binary people can play checkers? True. There's a really interesting implication that is made with the move that the International Chess Federation has done, banning trans women from playing chess with women. That means that first of all, that means that the International Chess Federation considers trans women to be men, quite frankly. And second of all, it also assumes that men are always better than women at chess. That there is this inherent advantage when it comes to chess. So there is a lot of transphobia and sexism baked into this decision. Isn't that horrible? We will read an article about it. But first, I need to gather some opinions from the chat. Also, how many of you can play Go? How many of you are active Go players? All right. Nobody? No opinions? Let me see. Actually, I have to focus to a degree at least. I'm playing against a strong opponent. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll turn on some music. And then we'll get more into the chess thing. YouTube. Let me see. Oh my god, that's horrible. Let me see. There we go. There we go. Here we go. You're learning about the superior game to chess. You should tell President Sunday to play it. Oh my gosh. It's from Game Boy, I think. Ah, okay. All right. Let's place here. My goodness. Alright, the music's over, but the game has just begun. Let me see. Let me see, lovely gigglers. Oh, let's go. My God. How is everybody? Are you giggling together with me? Do you have the power of giggling? Quack. Quack, quack. Very nice music. But the chat is very quiet today. We'll get to the things, don't worry. Interesting. Hello, Obsessive Forge. It's been a while. I'm playing this game before because we're gonna talk about chess, the inferior game, very soon. Oh, in 4 minutes. My goodness, in 4 minutes we're gonna do our thing. Do you recognize this music? Do you? It's very nice. I don't, but it's very nice. It's from Lunar. Lunar Silver Star Story complete. It's from one of the main cities in the game. True. I've never played. We will play it on stream. Lunar, that's right. In fact, I could turn it on for a bit. So, it is a game about a young boy called Alex that wants to become a dragon master. The game takes part on the moon. As the name implies, the action of the game takes place on the moon. I don't want to spoil anything, so I will not say anything more. Apart from the fact that Alex wants to become the Dragon Master. This game actually has 2 soundtracks because the game had an old version and it has a new version. And the old version had a totally different soundtrack from the new one. Both soundtracks are quite good. This particular song is from the old soundtrack. Oh. All right. Now let's see the battle theme. That's right. I'm gonna show you. Well, first we're going to go through the article. Then I'm gonna show you some Lunar, and then we're gonna do the thing. That's right. These are different versions of the theme from different consoles. Didn't Lunar come out in a multi-disc box on PlayStation? Yes, yes it did. It did indeed. We're about to hear the Game Boy version. Not bad for a Game Boy A. What have you learned? Oh, interesting. Interesting. PlayStation Games Machine. Oh, what is wrong with the mouse? Something's wrong with the mouse. The mouse. Ooh. The PlayStation Portable version. No, that's the PC version. Oh, excellent. Now this is the PSP version. That's the PlayStation Portable version. There have been several versions. Now we're about to hear the Sega CD version. We are invincible. This is the Sega CD version with a different soundtrack. Now I just need to visit my local vintage game store for the hard copies. Oh. Oh! Hard? Wow. Must be expensive. So this is the end of these tracks. Oh. This is from Grandia, not from Luna. Can I win this game? Collecting is a labor of love, that is true. I would love to have a collection. True. That's true. Interesting. And now? You're listening to this. Maya Mayor, hello. Hello, Maya Mayor. It's true, Maya Mayor. Look, this game is actually not going bad for me. My goodness. You are here for the chess news, aren't you? Well, I'm here to deliver them. There we go. Oh? Chess news is delivered to go. True. Kind of for a moment summon a single hypothetical reason. For what? Reason for what? That chess contests should be gender segregated. There is no reason. There is a reason why Go is not gender segregated. If Go can be not gender segregated, then so can chess. It is ridiculous. Hmm. Oh. That was a mistake on my part. Or was it? I'm not so sure anymore. It's a pretty grim song. Grande has nicer songs. Oh? This is the song. There you go. Yes? Can I make a music request? Yes, you can, of course. Everybody knows the Porter sisters. The daughter of Lester Polgar from the thought which is great. What? It's from Tales of Destiny. It's true. It's the best bar theme in RPGs. It's such a lively tune. Of course, Maya Mayor.
Byoyomi.
That is a good thing to sound as. You've made a mistake. Okay, we've got it. Is this music from... Oh. I hope it's not copyrighted. It's not. Perfect. Bit loud. And now it's quieter. I think we might win this game. Maybe, possibly. If we play our cards right, we will win this game. They didn't even try. Oh. Oh, goodness. I did not see this coming. But here we are. Here we are. One last ditch effort. So desperate. Maybe I'm winning after all. If the person was winning, they would never attempt this. What now? Huh. I can see myself this game being close. Have a brain fart with this game called, again, I know it's a short word. Go. This game is called Go. Or Baduk in Korean, or Wei Ki in Chinese. Or is it Wei Kui? An article. I'm gonna find an article about chess. We're about to win because we are winners. It'd be so sad if after all this I still lost, but you know, you cannot always just win. I said after declaring that I will win. You cannot just think about winning. It's greedy. Wait. Do you recognize this? Let's do a calm song. A very calm song.
10,
There we
9,
go.
8, 7, 6, 5.
The classic town theme. I saw you guest host for the president a couple of days ago. Yeah, that's right. How did that go? How did you like the topic of Roma history? Have you seen any of it? Were you able to catch any of the Roma history? Presidente. That's right. The president has COVID. So he has asked me to do some hosting, which I've done with all of the strength of my honor. Interesting.
10, 9.
Interesting. Indeed. It's true. It's because he knows of my giggling skills. You know? And now you will have to kill these stones. I don't need to do much anymore. You are forced to kill. You have no choice. I have forced your hand. Oh, now this is a calm song. I guess that's it. I guess we can pass and see
9.
what the score is at the end.
Remove the dead stones.
I've lost by 3.5 points. Now that's unexpected. Expected to win. Well, whatever.
White wins.
It's okay. I'm not a sore loser. I mean, I am, but I try not to be. Let me see. Chess, trans woman. Well, chess body bans transgender removed from BBC.com. We're gonna see what the BBC has to say about this. Transgender women banned from chess events. Speaking of transgender women, it's time for my pills. It's true. What would I do without the pills? That's true. Only 2 pills left. BBC is gonna agree? Let's see. It's pretty ridiculous to gender chess at all. The International Chess Federation, FIDE, says it's temporarily banning transgender women from competing in its women's event. Interesting, temporarily. I thought it was permanent. There's like no reason, there is no reason. The FIDE said individual cases would require further analysis and that a decision could take up to 2 years. Pfft, okay, that's pretty ridiculous. The move has been criticized by some players and enthusiasts. That is nice to hear, actually. That is actually a very nice thing to see, that the move has been criticized. There's nothing more heartwarming than to see the community itself defend its trans sisters. Let me see. I have to clean my glasses because otherwise I will not be able to see through the BS. Now I'm ready. Almost. Now I'm ready. Oh. Many sports governing bodies have been working on policies towards transgender athletes, but chess does not involve comparable level of physical activity. Like, this is so weird. It literally, like, the International Chess Federation is trying to say that people assigned male at birth are inherently better at brain activities than assigned female at birth people. Hello, not here. Hey, I'm at Woik. Hello. Welcome. Which, I don't know, I find this to be pretty insulting, quite honestly. However, the FID told the BBC it wanted to analyze the impact of these policies and did not want to rush this process. The transgender legislation is rapidly developing in many countries and many sport bodies are adopting their own policies, it said. So it's just a political thing. It just jumped on the bandwagon of sports doing legislation. You see, Lucy, chess is a game based on war. Oh, God. War is famously male-brained activity. I see. That's not entirely true. Wait, actually, let me check something while we're at it. Okay, maybe we'll check that out later. Quack. True. The transgender legislation is rapidly developing in many countries and many sport bodies are adopting their own policies, it said. Like, this is just a regular, like, think about this. if 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 trans women and trans men are being hurt by the regular, actually cis people are being hurt by the segregation as well, but how are non-binary people supposed to feel? Have you seen what they did to trans men? I have not. Can you elaborate? But yeah, how are non-binary people supposed to feel in all this? FID will be monitoring these developments and see how we can apply them to the world of chess. 2 years is a scope of sight that seemed reasonable for the thorough analysis of such developments. It literally is just jumping on the bandwagon of trans women being excluded from sports. Invisible and excluded and assumed to just not exist at all. True. That is what happens in most cases, which is pretty silly. But that just means we have a lot of work to do. It added that transgender players could still compete in the open section of its tournaments. Yosha Iglesias, a trans woman professional chess player with the FIDE rank of chess master, said the policy would lead to unnecessary harm for trans players and women. Ooh, I almost accumulated the Moolah for a Z-Fire challenge. Nice! I finally accumulated. Oh, so it's not almost. You have done it. So I will be playing Dark Souls 3 with a mod, which I don't know how to install yet. Right. Woman Grandmaster and two-time US Women Champion Jennifer Shahade. I think it's Shahade. I'll tell later. Also criticized the FIDE decision, saying the policy was ridiculous and dangerous. Hello, Kidney. It's obvious they didn't consult with the transgender players in constructing it. I strongly urge FIDE to reverse course on this and start from scratch with better consultants, Ms. Shahada said. The history panel will be on Jewish history, of course, since I've been on a big roll for Jewish history. I'm not going to be partaking in the panel, mind you. I will be watching a panel. I'm hoping this will be an interesting experience for you all. These things can be a little bit dry, but I think this is a very important thing. While listening and commenting on the panel, we will be drawing. I have a little bit of an experimental new content that I want to do for the future. Animation. We will be incorporating animation into the videos for the channel. Who will be on the panel? Professors and historians and heads of institutions, historical institutions. It's not a streamer panel. It's a panel between historians and specialists, which is why I said that it might seem a bit dry. All right. So Miss Shahada said to reverse course. And then, yes, I'm trying to introduce some discussions between specialists, especially since those videos don't really get a lot of views. Yes, it's an actual panel. People will probably not be super argumentative against each other. It'll probably a very, from what I've watched of panels like this, it'll probably just be a very, how should I say it? A very intense stream of knowledge injected into our screens. It's just gonna be a very, you know, we're gonna be pumped full of historical knowledge. So, UK MP Angela Eagle, who was a joint winner of the 1976 British Girls Under 18 Chess Championship, said there is no physical advantage in chess unless you believe men are inherently more able to play than women. That is a very good point, by the way. I would use I would probably at this point use a little bit of a different wording, but things like this sort of imply that people assigned male at birth are inherently more able to play chess than people assigned female at birth, which is pretty ridiculous, isn't it? I spent my chess career being told women's brains were smaller than men and we shouldn't even be playing. Wait, did they ban trans women from chess tournaments? They're kind of giving this away about it. They're kind of giving this away about it being about physical advantage. We'll see, science has spoken. Oh, God. Oh, no. The science of bigotry has spoken. We love the science of bigotry? Yes, Kittany. The answer is trans women have indeed been banned from chess. And in fact, I assume trans men were also banned from men's chess. Only the male brain can appreciate the cheeky irony of the queen being the most powerful piece. True. True. That's true. That's true. My God. This ban is ridiculous and offensive to women, she added. It actually is. And do you know what the best part is? I've seen TERFs protect this ban. I've seen TERFs and gender critical feminists say that this ban is just because males are just better at chess. And it's just fact of the matter, okay? God. TERFs and bigots are so horrible. Feminists, true. God. I cannot. I don't know. I don't know what to say to this. And again, non-binary people exist as well. In its policy decision, FIDE also said that trans men who had won women's titles before transitioning would see their titles abolished. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. What? Wait, that doesn't make sense in their own. They banned trans women from competing against women, and they've abolished trans men's titles before transitioning? Wait, by that logic, shouldn't trans men be competing against women? Why do they lose their titles from before transitioning? Excuse me? That makes no sense. Contradictory policies. Trans men can get their titles back if they detransition. What the hell? Do people actually think that testosterone makes you smarter or something? Do people think that testosterone is some brain drug that just makes you better at chess? Almost as if people who play more games on average, be it chess or Call of Duty, will simply be better at it. I've known tons of cis women who are good at video games. Oh my god. Does the Chess Federation think that testosterone is some sort of like a brain enhancing drug? I could make several arguments why testosterone might make one worse at chess. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I guess testosterone makes you better at chess. It's the gamer TM drug. Jeez. Chess is classified as a sport by the International Olympic Committee. This is such a politically dictated move that it's ridiculously transparent that the federations just jumped on the whole sports topic. Last month, the World Cycling Governing Body ruled that transgender women would be prevented from competing in female events. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, World Aquatics said it would debut a new open category for transgender athletes at this year's Swimming World Cup event in Berlin after it voted last year to stop transgender athletes from competing in women's elite races. My god, this whole chess thing is worse than I thought. Yeah, testosterone can only make you worse at chess, given that it can make people act less risk averse and not think things through. Oh god. Bigotry in chess. Just play Go from now on. Don't play chess. Play Go. Go is not even segregated. Now in swimming, cis men do have an advantage, but trans women are not cis men. True. Word of warning, Lucy. If you play GTA 3, it's some kinks. Vice City is amazing though. We might play GTA on stream. There's so many things that we should play on stream. It's incredible. They were honest, they'd make categories along the line of hormone levels, like weight class in boxing. Do different hormone levels make you better at chess? Let me see. Okay. Gender segregation in chess. I mean, basketball is dominated by people with some form of gigantism. Alright. I guess this is it for now. Now I have to show you something amazing. And to do that, we have to... Because Obsessiforge wanted to see something. Have you seen my cat before, Obsessiforge? The one that passed away? She is here. Okay, let's do some retro art. I hope it'll work. Yes. There has to be a new shortcut. Huh. Where's the retro arc? I deleted the retro arc? That's impossible. What have I done with the retro arc? Ah, yes, it should be here. Oh, how do I turn it on? Hello, content sniffer. I'm gonna show you so much content that is gonna be amazing. But first, I have to show you a game. But how? There we go. I've managed to do it. Is it gonna turn on? There we go. We've managed. I'm gonna show you the best game. Lunar. Are you ready for Lunar? How did the PS hosting go the other night? It went well. We've discussed the history of the Rama. The Rama slavery. You should watch it. You should honestly watch it. You will be pleased. This is for Obsessiforge. I hope the controller is working. You should play Max Payne. I probably should. There's so many games that I should be playing on stream. Okay, we need to... Options. Not video. Input. What is the controller? Wait. Options once again. Input. It's not working. Which means I have to do something else. Wait, what happened to... Did it? Oh my god. Did you see the thing glitch out? I want to show Lunar to Obsessiforge. Okay, we're gonna have to do the controller thing. Wait, it glitched again? Oh no. Well, I guess I won't be showing anything to anyone until I figure out how to, you know. Well, that is unfortunate. But you know what is not unfortunate? this. This is not unfortunate. Warcraft 2. We have to beat a level. And then we will go to the panel. Warcraft 2. There you go. Is it visible? It is. Single player load game. Let's go. Oh, I know what I have to do. I remember now. I remember now my mission. Would you want a key? Let's wait for the upgrade. Would you want a key? Wait, do I need... It needs oil. That's right. But it's a different panel than the ones that you're used to.
You're the captain. Would you want me to?
Who would you want to kill?
The boss.
Who would you want to kill, Giggler?
Ahoy! I'm the captain.
Aha! Ooh. You will stay here for now. Let's save the game. Down. Down. Produce. Right, let's get the rest. We'll check in later. How do you like this game? Is it not amazing? Okay, let me revive some corpses. Make it quick. Zong zong. Oh. Wait, what happened? That's true. Zag zag. Oh. Okay, let's wait for the magic points, I think. Save again. Oh, it's already done. We need more magic points. Maximum pain. Does max pain become maximum pain? 50. And then we're gonna destroy enemies.
Of course, Master.
Will this work? What is the objective? Slay the demon. Oh my god, my army is in bad shape. That saddens me a lot. Did this work? It worked. Okay. Save again because I'm a coward. Where is the demon? Demon? Okay, now we're returning to our cowardly strategies of luring enemy one by one. That's right. This is my style of gameplay. The cowardly way. Destroy him. There you go. Are you excited by this thrilling gameplay? Are you excited? Alright, we're doing so well. Save. In case we die. Oh no, no, no! I messed up. I'm gonna load the game. No forgiveness for mistakes like this. Come here. I think I should just move the army a bit closer. Jukani, you're the boss. Giggler. Dabu. There we go. Maximum pain. Where are you, enemies? Piglet. Uh-oh. I made a big mistake. Oh, no, 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 no. Gigglers, we're not doing this. Oh, Gigglers. What a map. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, God. You know what? We need more mana points. How many mana points have I got? 20, whatever. I have to discover some other ways. Squaboo. Squaboo double. Squaboo. Piglet. Should I kill the piglet? Or is the piglet innocent? The piglet has not done anything. Leave her alone. Leave them all. It's a family of pigs. Zon zon. Family of pigs. It's true. I spilled coffee everywhere. I somehow feel that it's my fault. Let me see. I'm wiping drips of our newly painted walls. What a fool I am. Oh no! I'm sorry. It was my fault for sure. Are you sure? How sure are you? Look, it's a painting walls can be a huge adventure. I've partaken in the pleasure of painting walls in many different, how do you call it? You know what I mean. Layers, that's the term. You know what? One death will not make a difference. We're just gonna do a different save. Loktar, Ogar. We wanted to live in a place we're allowed to even do that for like 10 years. Oh! I've like painted walls in interestingly enough, I always painted it in other people's places. I've never painted my own place. I've always painted other people's places. So that's a thing. Is that a sad reality of reality? Actually, it's not all that sad. It's actually, you know, pretty. Have you showed me a picture? You should show me a picture. You should give me the full picture. Make it super fast. Let me see the Discord. How are you today? I have written a message. I have sent a message of love. Clumsy. Oh. Well, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Have I been restored? Have I been restored? I'm gonna check real quick. Maybe I've been restored. Maybe it's all been like a misunderstanding. Ooh! What? Wow. Oh my god. A Lego piece box. Damn. It is so fascinating. It is so fascinating that when you look at an apartment, you really cannot, like, you would not, it's impossible to tell a country by apartment. Apartments all over the world are so similar. I swear. Well, I guess sockets would be different. The electric sockets would be definitely different in like interesting. We have to win the level. Oh, I don't know if you want me to show the picture. Do you want me to show the picture? Yeah, I didn't think you wanted me to show it, so I didn't. The only thing I can say about the pictures, there is like a Lego box which caught my special attention because a giant Lego piece is just the best view I've ever seen. It's true. I have the wisdom of the ducks. Make it quick, Gekla. Of course, monsieur. Did I destroy it? Did I destroy it forever? Let's see. Let's see if that worked. Almost, actually. Excellent. Almost worked. I do want to know what you think of the colors. I like these colors. I feel like colors that possibly some people that I know would choose. Very nice. Very milky. At least some of them are milky. Like the nice milk that you can turn into cheese.
Yes.
So the milk that did not undergo pasteurization.
Yes.
Did you know this? Did you know this about me? Did you know my secrets? The secrets of pasteurization. That's right. Actually, the blue one looks nice as well. My goodness. You sure got a lot of stuff to do ahead of you. That's for sure. But I know the feeling of having a lot to do in the face of danger, in the face of love. You have faced such dangers as well. Destroyed! We can all move forward now. Because of my genius. That's right. I have thought it through more than anybody else in this universe of Geekling. Oh, there's a pervert here. There's a pervert. Let's get him. We're gonna get him. Oh, wow. Is that a cat scratcher? I think it is. I had a similar one. Wow, this place is huge, actually. Damn. This place is really huge. Let's get... Oh, run away, you pervert. Yes. Make it quick.
I'm throwing in potion. Don't push it. When my work is finished, I'm coming back for you. Yes.
For me? Coming back for me when your work is finished? That's not good. Thank you. Did you do it with this, like, you know, rolling thing? When you come to visit me, we will host you here. Wow. Have to come. Have to come. So, that said, consider donating. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the soldier in the game. Here. They run away. We have to get him. Get him. The origin of Logos have been summoned by the promise of an intellectual panel, which I will unironically deliver. Today we will see a panel the likes of which you probably have not seen in a little bit. Okay? It's not a blood sport. So if you're here for the blood sport, you will be very disappointed.
Yes.
We can actually start. We'll make the game very quiet and we'll start and we'll see how the audience feels like. We'll see if the audience actually like this sort of content. I'm actually very curious myself to see if what the reaction of the audience will be to this sort of thing. Because it's not your average panel, that's for sure. Where's Warcraft? I don't see it. Why is it not visible? There it is, it's visible. There's a panel today? No, it's not a live panel. It's a panel that's pre-recorded and we're gonna watch it. But it's not a panel that you're sort of used to, if that makes sense. I have to find it though. It is something that I have prepared especially for today. There we go. This is it. It's a panel that is 1 hour, 3 minute long. I say it's a panel, but it's more like a conference, I guess. That would be more accurate. I guess it would be more accurate to say that it's a conference. All right, let's go. We're gonna watch the panel/conference. We're gonna see how the audience responds to content such as this. We'll be discussing it. We will be commenting, of course. There's a lot to do, and we are here to do it. I've been wanting to do this for a while now, but I wanted to do it with a person, but unfortunately that person is not available today. So we will do it alone for now, as in just you and me, you being the audience. Okay. Tell me if the audio is good. Maybe I'll have to make it louder actually, a bit. Okay, let's listen. This is about the history of the Jewish people.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Our program will begin in just a moment.
Excellent. Is the audio good?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Our program will begin in just a moment.
You said that already.
Good day. Welcome to the second webinar in a 4-part series presented
Yes, it's a webinar, more than a panel or a conference.
by American Jewish Committee and Tablet Magazine titled 21st Century Europe and the Jews. Over these 4 programs, AJC and Tablet will explore timely issues related to Jewish life and the protection of democracies in Europe.
There we go.
Today's program will
Interesting.
explore Poland.
Isn't this interesting? An interesting topic. It's very timely topic, as soon we will have a election in Poland to defend democracy. So this is a very timely topic.
And its unique relationship with historical memory. Joining us today to examine this and more are Deputy Director of the Museum of the Second World War in Dansk, Dr. Grzegorz Behrendt, Historian of the Holocaust
Grzegorz Behrendt.
in Eastern Europe at Tel Aviv University, Dr. Javi Dreyfus, Chief Curator of the Permanent Exhibition at the Polish Museum of the History of Polish Jews, Dr. Barbara Kirschenblatt-Gimblett, and AJC Central Europe
wait,
Acting
hold-
Director, Dr.
Wait, I have to hear that again.
Sebastian, Dr. Barbara Kirschenblatt-Gimblett, and AJC at the
Oh,
Polish
wow.
Museum University, Dr. Javi Dreyfus, Chief Curator of the Permanent Exhibition at the Polish Museum of the History of Polish Jews, Dr. Barbara Kirschenblatt-Gimblett.
Oh wow, this person is incredible. This person is incredible. Barbara Kirschenblatt is incredible. Why do I know that this person is incredible? Because the permanent exhibition in the Polin Museum is simply breathtaking. I've shown just a little fraction of it in the video that I've uploaded called The City of Bones. But the whole exhibition walks you through the whole history of Jewish people in Poland, from the days when Jewish people entered the forests and heard the words from God saying, Pauline, rest here, to present day. So you walk through the whole history with reconstructions, with sounds, with huge boards, with you even enter a reconstructed synagogue, and you even enter a reconstructed Jewish household. It's an incredible exhibition, and I have nothing but praise for the person that is the curator of this particular exhibition, which is permanent and for good reason. It's an incredible exhibition.
And AJC Central Europe Acting Director, Dr. Sebastian Rajak. Moderating today's program is Dr. Antony Polonsky, Professor Emeritus of Holocaust Studies at Brandeis University. After we hear from our guests, time permitting, we will take your questions. You may submit your question through the Q&A feature in Zoom.
Damn.
We'll be joined later in today's program by AJC CEO David Harris, who will provide concluding remarks. Dr. Polonsky, the floor is yours.
So just to make it clear, there is a very high probability that we won't have any arguing or blood sports, quote unquote. It's probably just gonna be a very intense stream of knowledge.
Well, thank you very much, Claire, for that very helpful introduction. In the year 2004, the historian Andrzej Paczkowski wrote, "One of the most significant phenomena in Poland the last 15 years has been the emergence, concretization, also in political life, of competing positions in the sphere of memory and in relation to the national past. This is even more the case today, and it applies not only to questions such as how is one to assess the decision to initiate an uprising in Warsaw in August 1944, or how is one to evaluate the roundtable discussion which led to the negotiated end of communism in Poland in 1989, but also to problems related to the Jewish past in Poland, and in particular, the response of Polish society to the mass murder of Polish Jews initiated and carried out by the German occupiers on Polish soil during the Second World War. The aim of this panel is to attempt to understand why this past has been so disputed in Poland, leading to a serious deterioration in Polish-Israeli and Polish-Jewish relations in recent months. The past cannot be changed.
This is from 1 year ago, but I can attempt to answer this question at least partially. To me, it's a major reason. The major reason, of course, is the policy by the current far-right, dare I say, fascistic government that indulges in a new type of Holocaust denialism. The new type of Holocaust denialism basically says that yes, it happened, it all happened, but none of the Polish people had ever anything to do with it. There were no collaborators, there were no people that took any part of it. And basically that's it. That is my answer. The main reason is the far-right Polish government in charge that tries to censor any talk about the Holocaust. It actually targets and attacks historians for talking about it. And this webinar is from 1 year ago, and we've had very big attacks on historians, publicized attacks on historians this year. Keep this in mind when we listen.
It can only be analyzed and understood. We may disagree about how it is to be interpreted, but our goal today should be to see how far we are able to find common ground. We have a distinguished panel whose members Claire Bailey has introduced. I've posed a series of questions which I've asked them to answer, and I hope this will lead to constructive dialogue. The first question is the question which is posed by the seminar as a whole. What is Polish history? How can it be best defined? Is it the history of the Polish nation, the history of the Polish state, or the history of the different ethnic and religious groups which lived on the Polish lands? I'll take the...
That is a very, very good question, actually. That is a very good question, and that is a thing that I actually often talk about. In my opinion, the history of Poland, quote unquote, is of course the history of all groups and ethnicities that have inhabited this territory, this geographical area. That to me feels like the best possible response, that yes, it is the history of all groups that have ever lived here. But let's see what the panelists will say. I'm actually interested in the answer.
panelists in alphabetical order, and the first, of course, therefore, is Grzegorz Behrendt. Grzegorz.
Antony, this question is the most difficult among all questions you asked.
I'm afraid that Grzegor's audio is not the best. So we'll see. We'll see. Well, maybe there's subtitles. Okay, we will try to have subtitles.
Because it is difficult to say if it's a history of Polish people, history of Polish lands, history written on research in Poland.
Sorry, plants?
Because it is difficult to say if it's a history of Polish people, history of Polish lands.
Lands. Polish lands.
History written on research in Poland or by Poles or Polish historians all abroad. So frankly saying, I do not know a short and simple answer for your question.
Well, I already said my answer. My answer is that it's, of course, the history of all the peoples that have ever lived here. And that is also a bit bolstered by the fact that not only Polish historians have ever written about the history of these regions, Jewish historians have done so as well. That is an important thing to keep in mind.
The most, the simplest one is that it is a history of Poland carried out in Poland, but it would be a wrong answer because there is so many people occupied with Polish history all around the world. So, frankly saying, I do not know simple answer for your question. All these aspects I take into account.
That's fair.
Yes, thank you. I think all of the above is always a good answer. Javi Dreyfus, could you give your view?
I mean, that's fair, I guess, saying I don't know. Part of me is always afraid that I will hear a very nationalistic answer, you know? That is the answer that I usually dread the most in these sort of situations. But so far, from the first respondent, I am happy to say that does not seem to be the case. Let's see.
You on this question?
Thank you, Anthony. So as mentioned, I'm an historian of the Jewish people who specialize in Holocaust studies. So I will try to answer from the perspective of Jewish history. As I understand it, it is impossible to understand the history of the Jewish people and in fact the development of modern Europe, as well as fundamental human phenomena without studying Polish history. At the end of the 19th century, close to 90% of the world.
Okay, that's a bold statement, okay? That's a pretty bold statement. But okay, I'm not gonna, But that is a bold statement. That is a very strong statement. So I guess we do have some hot takes, I guess. I'm actually not personally sure if I would go that far, quite that far, but
or Jews lived in Eastern Europe, many of them in the Polish territories. In this fair grew movement that fundamentally changed the Jewish world, Hasidism, Jewish nationalism, Jewish socialism, and more. And in fact,
actually Hasidism was created before the 19th century and was created in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. But yes, it is true that many aspects of the Jewish culture, many aspects of different Jewish, I'm gonna use the word denominations, did arise in this particular part of the world.
in fact, they changed much above this Jewish world. So it is in this space that has produced unprecedented creative forces, as well as become the site of the darkest catastrophe of the Jewish people,
True.
the Holocaust. So if you want to understand today's Jewry, if you have a desire to learn more about modern Europe, if you wish to delve into human insight, go and study Polish Jewish history. I'm not sure you will find a concrete definition, but you will gain much more.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, as a person that is in depth studying Jewish history in Poland, I guess all I can do is agree. It's a pretty good statement.
Myself, if one speaks of one's own career, I started as a historian of Poland between the wars, and I moved from that to Polish-Jewish relations and the history of Jews in Poland. Barbara, can you give your answer?
Oh, this interests me. Muted. You're muted, Barbara.
You are muted.
From my point of view,
What a streamer thing. I guess it happens to everybody. Muted. This answer interests me very, very much from the person that is the custodian of the enormous exhibition in Polin. Oh, I'm really excited for this one. Let me change the title of the stream to attract some more people. There you go. I'm gonna add there you go.
this is a question that has to be answered because the answer becomes the basis for the creating of museums, for the creation of permanent exhibitions, for the writing of history. So I think that it can, on the one hand, be left as a kind of an open, abstract question that is unanswerable. But in fact, it's always being answered because it's the precondition for writing a history of Polish Jews or for exhibiting it or doing anything else with it. So the first thing is I would cite Jacob Gold, the famous statement that there is no history of Poland without a history of Polish Jews. There's no history of Polish Jews without a history of Poland, that they are inextricably linked. That would be the first thing. The second would be that there is more than one way to be Polish, and that history of Polish Jews demonstrates one of the ways of being Polish. The third point I would make is basically a conundrum which has come into focus, I would say, in the modern period, and that is Poland a nation state or is it a state of nations? And clearly, this was a very, very important issue. And
that is a very good question. Oh my God. I'm liking this panel. This panel is amazing. I'm gonna There we go.
It had huge political implications during the interwar years, during the Second Polish Republic. Before the death of Pilsudski, after the death of Pilsudski, and certainly in the post-war period, and certainly in our period today. And so it seems to me that one of the, I think, strengths of the core exhibition at Polin Museum of the History of Polish Jews
It's amazing.
is that its starting point is that that the history of Polish Jews is a way to recover the historical diversity of Poland, never better exemplified than during the period of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when half the Jewish population of the world was actually living in the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
True.
And that that is actually our starting point. And we see that as in stark contrast with the post-war period. And I would conclude simply by observing that Poland was once one of the most, that is to say, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was once one of the most diverse countries in Europe. Today is one of the most homogeneous. And that Poland was once home to the largest Jewish community in Europe and is today home to the smallest. And that would be my starting point.
Well, thank you again. That's very helpful. Sebastian, this was your question.
That was a really good starting statement. I'm gonna write this question down. It's such a nice question that I expected good things from this person. Like, to be a custodian of that particular exhibition, you have to be good. You need to be good. I wrote down the question, is Poland a nation state or is it a state of nations? Very, very interesting things.
At least you pointed out to me its importance of asking it. What's your answer?
Thank you, Anthony. I'll start with the singular and I'll end with the plural. So from a bird's eye view, you may see this history as a history of a people, of a nation, of a territorial group, a group of great aspirations, a great potential, and that group is placed among two mighty neighbors. It defines, it predetermines the political reality of that group, and therefore it strikes for survival, and therefore tends to see itself as a victim of oppression very often, and that experience of oppression and danger dominates its collective psyche so much that it fails to see that it also at times might have been oppressive towards others. So here you have this tension between being an object of oppression and acting in an oppressive way sometimes as well. And that oppression towards others, if not physically, then at least culturally or politically. And by the way, that does not only apply to relationships between Poles as a group on the one hand and other groups on the other, but also to, how should I put it, intra-Polish relations or relations between particular classes, social classes within society, let's say nobility versus peasants, the rural population in general. And then the myth of a hospitable, generous, heroic nation is just that. It's a myth that has to be confronted. And I will end with the plural, as I promised. We should rather be talking about histories of Poland because of the ethnic and religious ingredients that you have and used to have in the past, and because of the many social layers that we can focus on.
Well, thank you. I think that these 4 responses give us a very useful framework to the whole discussion. Is there anything anybody would like to add before we move on to the next question?
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. I take your point, history versus histories, but not because there are separate groups with separate histories, but because there are different perspectives, different focus, different issues that might produce quite different, quote, histories. And one of the things at Pauline Museum that we strove to do was to create an integrated history, an integral and integrated history, rather than to treat the history of Polish Jews as one of many histories of Poland.
I will say that if that was the goal, I would say it's a success, in my humble opinion.
And I think that that's a very, very productive and a very interesting approach to take. And it had huge implications for the way in which we actually thought about and approached the entire core exhibition.
Well, thank you. I think
I agree.
That's very helpful. Let me now move on to the second of my questions, which is what in your opinion are the most important achievements in Polish historiography since the end of communism in 1989? And here I would just make 2 points. One, I studied in Poland in the 1960s, and the idea that there was no serious history being done then, of course, is not the case. But 1989 did mean the end of any real censorship over historical research, and it also led to a huge expansion of the...
We are seeing a comeback of certain censorship when it comes to history from the government currently. I have to add this little bit of...
areas which it was permissible to study. I remember the head of the seminar in modern history at the University of Warsaw, which I was a part in 1965, Andrzej Garlicki, saying, a sensible man does not go beyond 1989, he should have said person, does not go beyond 1939. Whereas, of course, much of the research which has taken place since 1989 has been on the Second World War and on the period of the Polish People's Republic, because these archives were now, for the first time, open.
Right.
So I'll ask Grzegorz first to give his opinion.
Muted?
Grzegorz, you have to unmute.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm on. So, in my opinion, the most important thing change happened after the collapse of communism is opening of all issues closed until the end of 1989. It is what Professor Poloński mentioned before. And we are now free in Poland to research everything. And first, people after the collapse of communism started to go deep into this issue that were omitted during the communist time. As Garlicki mentioned, don't touch the history after 1st of September 1939. So now we have no such limits, and everything is under research, and different perspectives are presented, different opinions. And what really changed, it was an access to the close.
Yes, I have mentioned this, that there is a return. We are seeing a return to censoring and forbidding certain topics to be talked about in the new far-right government. We are seeing this now. Yes, correct.
Collections of documents and sources, and historians in Poland, not only in Poland, but also historians in.
But the level of freedom is still... It's not outright illegal right now, but the government is attacking historians that do it. Like, it's a difference from it being illegal like before 1989, But even if it's not outright illegal, the far-right government is still attacking historians that do it, if that makes sense.
Interested in Polish history can carry out research all over the world using this material. In my opinion, now after 30 years, we are much farther with everything that during the communist time, taking into account not only the question of the history of Jews in Poland, of Jewish Gentile relations during in Poland from the Middle Ages up to now. In my opinion, everything now in Poland is under research. It is the best change and the best achievement with a lot of sources of financing this research from the country and from abroad. And we are not able to, in Poland, this is my Polish perspective, when we are now able to travel to Ukraine, to Israel, to Germany, and to make research in local archive using local sources. So this wide perspective and all aspects under research, in my opinion, is the greatest achievement of Polish historiography. Or
he said wide, not white. Wide perspective, just so it's clear.
Of this Polish history done after 1989.
Well, thank you. Javi, can you give your answer?
Yes, unfortunately, I must admit I deeply disagree with the opinion that was just raised, and I can hardly say that these years can be captured as things that are being opened and that free research is being encouraged and that subjects are not omitted. And I will try to answer your question in a different way. Which is actually quite easy. As an Israeli historian, and despite the impressive research done in Israel and the United States, I can say clearly that the most important studies written in the last 3 decades on the topic of the Holocaust of Polish Jews were written in Polish by Polish scholars. Those researchers, Professor Barbara Enkelnicki, Professor Jan Grabowski, Dr. Darik Lebionka, and many others, have in fact redefined Holocaust research time after time. Now, this is a true reason for Polish pride, or rather, I should say, it could have been a true reason for Polish pride.
Right.
Unfortunately, and we might and should expand on this later, those prominent scholars have been under governmental attacks for several years.
There we go.
Which causes...
That's true. That is very true, and I'm glad that it's being said on this panel. Correct. We've seen more intensified attacks this year because this webinar is from 1 year ago. So yeah.
Direct damage to the impressive achievement of the Polish Academy. So the only aspect I can agree with Professor Behrendt is the fact that archives were opened, but I don't see any encouragement of different opinions. It's not even a question of opinions, but we have very thorough research done, which is under today governmental censorship and attacks, and that is the most biggest problem that I see today, and maybe we can elaborate about it later on.
I hope so.
Yes, certainly. This, of course, is also the topic of the next question, and we will obviously come back to it. It's central to our discussion.
I hope
but I'll ask Barbara to give her opinion now.
So I'll speak from the perspective of the history of Polish Jews, and again from my experience at Polin Museum. And what I would say is a major achievement in Poland, but also abroad. In other words, I think broadly of of Polish history is a paradigm shift in the study of Polish Jews. And what is the paradigm shift? And that is that until the last 2 or 3 decades, the history of Polish Jews in Poland was not actually, from my point of view, a history of Polish Jews. It was a history of Polish-Jewish relations. And a history of Polish-Jewish relations was largely a history of anti-Semitism and to some degree assimilation. In other words, it was rather more about Poles than Jews. And it was rather more about Jews as objects on which others project their fantasies and fears. It was not a truly what I would consider to be a history of Polish Jews, which would be a history of basically Jews as agents in their own history and not as objects.
True.
And so one of the tasks of the Polin Museum of the History of Polish Jews was in fact to bring this paradigm shift to bear on the way in which we would present the history of Polish Jews. And that paradigm shift is really reflected in wonderful new research and also in Jewish studies programs in Wrocław and elsewhere. And I think that it's a tremendous achievement that scholars are now able to work with Jewish sources and not only in Polish archives,
True.
that they are able to work in Yiddish, they're able to work in Hebrew, that they're working internationally.
That's
They're
amazing.
collaborating with scholars in Israel, the United States, other parts of Europe. And so I see there being really significant achievements in this paradigm shift and what it means to study the history of Polish Jews.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm resisting the temptation to intervene because I don't want to abuse my function as moderator. So I'll ask
You're
Sebastian.
too good. Oh, Anthony, you're just too good.
No, I'll ask Sebastian to give his reaction.
Really
Thank you.
good.
I may have some issues with my sound. I keep
I think I like Barbara the most from this whole webinar. Maybe I'm just very, very biased, but I just love the Polin Museum. So I think I'm a bit biased towards Barbara.
getting messages that my internet connection is not stable. I'll try. Just let me know if there's anything.
No,
wrong.
it sounds fine. It sounds fine.
Okay, so for me, the number one thing, it's a more general achievement, not only when we talk about Polish historiography, it's more general, but specifically reflected in Holocaust research. Number one would be Alltagsgeschichte, which is the history of everyday life. We have made a tremendous improvement in learning about how people actually live their lives, and that also holds true for everyday life during the war in the ghettos. There's a lot has been published, a lot is being published. That is also includes what we sometimes call her story, women's history, or women's contribution to history. I think that is very important. Number two would be the history of the downtrodden. And again, Holocaust research is part of that, but it's more generally minorities. How minorities fared in Poland, with Poles, among Poles. It also has to do with ethnic Poles who are the underclass. And number three, I will come back to what I mentioned initially, and that's the question of myth. Over the last 20, 30 years, Polish historians have been trying, and I am choosing my words carefully, have been trying with ups and downs to confront the myths, history as myths versus history as confrontation. Paul Tillich said, one of his book was titled The Courage to Be, and I would say the courage to be aware of all shades of gray when we talk about history, in particular in history of Poland specifically. So I think that has been that has been a major achievement. It's definitely very difficult when we talk about the history of Polish Jews and Polish-Jewish relations and the Holocaust. And I understand there's always a tension between governmental, maybe not always, but it doesn't look unnatural. Every government, every political power has the ambition to, if not control, at least to moderate what historical debates.
No, I don't agree with this. I cannot agree with this. I simply cannot agree with this. The far right government is outright attacking publicly historians that dare to speak up about certain aspects of the Holocaust. So this is no. To just try to wave it away and say, oh, all governments try to do it to some degree. No. No. That's a no from me. Okay, that's a red flag for me. For this for going down that kind of logic. Nope. There will be no agreement on this.
Are about and how they are run, and so I guess this tension will continue to exist.
The Holocaust bill is a little bit more complicated, I think, because I do agree that it is inaccurate to call, for example, the death camps the Polish death camps. You know. If we're talking about the same thing. I do agree that it does introduce a very misleading language to say. But yeah, there are aspects to this topic.
But it's a major achievement of Polish historians trying to overcome that tension.
Well, thank you very much. I think
that the attacks are unwarranted, and it's more than just populist attacks. It's trying to sue the TV station that featured a person saying a thing, for example. That happened this year.
That I'm not going to ask people to comment on what's been said so far, because the next question does raise...
That's absolutely true. Blaming the Polish people is extremely nebulous, correct? Yeah.
Most of the issues...
It's part of the denialism, actually. It's part of the genocide denialism.
Talking about. I'll just make a couple of points before I pose the question. First is, coming from South Africa, I'm very well aware of the difficulty of overcoming a divisive and painful past and the difficulties which this creates. So I do understand how difficult it is to do this in the Polish context. I would say, secondly, and I would agree with Barbara, that the real progress which has been made in the understanding of the history of Jews on the Polish lands is in the establishment of Jewish life, the nature of Jewish religious civilization on the Polish lands, the development of movements for integration, all aspects of Polish Jewish past up to the Second World War. The Second World War is the crux and the most difficult problem. It reminds me of the joke about the man who was going to Dublin and he asked somebody on the way, how do I get to Dublin? And the
Okay, I will pause for a second. What do you mean by the Holocaust continuing in Poland after the Allies won? I actually have to ask that. I'll be awaiting a response in the chat, and in the meantime, I'm unpausing. Because the situation in Poland after World War, after the Allies have won, was complicated enough that I actually need an answer to the question, what do you mean by that?
The answer was, if I were going to Dublin, I wouldn't start from here. And so this is a very serious problem. And this comes back, and this is the last point that I'll make here, to a point that was made by Andrzej Nowak in the debate about Jan Gross's book, Sąsiedzi, Neighbors. You'll remember that Andrzej Nowak had an article where he posed the question, Jedwabne or Westerplatte? And I think that we need a history which is both about Jedwabne and about Westerplatte, a history which both looks at the dark past, the difficult past, those aspects of the nation's history which cause pain and shame, and Westerplatte, those aspects of the nation's history about which one is justly proud. And obviously, in the case of Poland, as in every country, there are both sides, and we need to find a way to synthesize them.
There we go. It's true that the Polish government have refused Jewish claims to property lost during World War II. Yes, that's correct. That is correct because actually my family has such a case that is in the limbo. So yes, I personally know that the government has refused the claims to property. Yes. My family's case has been in the limbo for many years, let's just say. The anti-Jewish massacres by nationalist militias. Well, I would have to ask you about what do you mean by national militias, because there were no several national militias in Poland after World War II. The mob pogroms, yes. But keep in mind, and we have to be very precise here, mobs doing pogroms is not the same as the Holocaust continuing after the Allies won, because the Holocaust is something that is state mandated. It is not a bunch of groups doing pogroms. There is a very big distinction. The Holocaust was a state-mandated, organized, industrialized even machine. It wasn't just a bunch of... It wasn't a bunch of groups doing pogroms.
So let me now move on to the third question, which is, I suppose, the central question of what we're looking at today. What are the problems which have occurred in interpreting the past, above all in the area of Polish Jewry?
That's true. The state under which Poland fell under the USSR did its own. True. Absolutely correct. That's such a huge topic that we would need to dedicate its own stream to it, to be quite honest. That's a big topic. Like how the fate of Jewish people after World War II in Poland, that is a big topic. We have touched upon it last time when I talked about the Bund a little bit. We have talked about it. So I encourage you to rewatch last stream and watch the Bund section. I'm hoping that after last time, all of you know what the Bund was, and in some countries still is, actually.
Jewish relations, and what role is played in this, as Sebastian pointed out, by the current government's historical policy. So I'll ask Grzegorz to comment on these questions.
So coming back for a minute to earlier questions, I was answering the general question, what in your opinion are the most important achievements of Polish choreography? So I mentioned I focus not on aspects of the history of Polish Jews, in Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, or on Jew-Tile relations.
Wait, that's interesting. I've never heard the term Polish-Ukrainian Commonwealth. I've never heard this term used before.
I gave on Jewish file for in Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth.
No, not Ukrainian. The person said Lithuanian, Polish Lithuanian. Like the subtitles do not keep up.
Or in Polish Lithuanian
Yeah, it's Lithuanian. Like he didn't say Ukrainian. I would have been very surprised. Because I've never seen this name used anywhere, so I had to listen to it again.
Commonwealth or on Jewish file relations. So I gave a general question. In my opinion, what I said.
You see, the person whitewashing the Polish nationalist government's behavior is apparently a rep of a U.S.-Israeli lobby organization. Sebastian Rejak, yes? Yeah, that adds up. His sympathies with fellow of the Justice Party. I mean, yeah, I have to say that of all the people, I like Barbara the most, and I like Sebastian the least. I have to say that. Barbara is hands down the best person on this webinar. It is Barbara's webinar, without a doubt, okay? Amazing custodian of an amazing exhibition. I will just keep singing praises for Barbara. And she looks nice as well. Good glasses, good black outfit.
Underline
very
for the
nice.
second time. We are now in a free country. Quite often I do not recognize my country, what I can read, what I can find in bookshops, in libraries, in newspapers, in scientific papers during conferences, in commenters on our country. And as I want to stress that the freedom of research is a fact in Poland.
Also, to address Content Sniffer's question a little bit, because the answer is actually extremely interesting. The Polish government has refused Jewish claims to property, including my family's. But all governments do this, no matter what the political allegiance is. All Polish governments have refused to give the property back. And now I'm going to ask you, why do you think that is? The answer will surprise you. No, I didn't mean refused the Jewish people. I mean refused to give up the pre-World War II property. Okay? Refused to give back what Jewish people owned before the war. That is what I mean. And I'm not talking about all of Eastern Europe. I'm talking about Poland in particular. So we have to be clear on those two things. I'm not talking about the entirety of Eastern Europe. I'm talking about Poland. And I'm not talking about refusing Jewish people. I'm talking about refusing to give back confiscated property. So again, my question is, why do all of the Polish governments, left-leaning, right-leaning, all of them refuse to give back the property? All of them. No matter what Polish government is in charge, they refuse to give back the Jewish property. There is a reason for that. And it's not what you think. It is not. Believe it or not, the reason actually has nothing to do with Jewish people. Because they profited from it, given that since the large business interests have acquired it. No, that's actually not the case. The situation, because we're specifically talking about Warsaw here. The ownership status of Warsaw land is so complicated that it's a mess. It's not just that large business interests get this land. That actually is not what happens. But if the Polish government, any Polish government, would write into law that it would have to give back the property that it was confiscated from people, there is suddenly a huge problem. A huge problem. And it has nothing to do with Jewish people. This was actually explained to me by a Jewish historian that specializes in genocide. Well, it wasn't explained to me in general. It was explained to a room full of people. After the war, Poland received a lot of Western land that used to belong to Germany. And approximately a bit over 3 million German people were expelled from that land into Germany. Do you understand now where I'm going with this? If the Polish government were to give property back to Jewish people, it would be also, it also would need to give back property to the descendants of all the 3 million German people that were expelled after World War II. And this is something that no Polish government wants to do. It's not just Volksdeutscher, because, again, before the war, the borders of Poland were very different. It was bigger to the east, smaller to the west. After the war, Poland lost its eastern lands and have taken over a pretty big chunk of German lands, and German people were thrown out of those lands. You know? And if property were to be returned, it would also have to be returned to the expelled German people from those lands, which creates a huge legal problem for Poland. So there we go. That is a thing that I have learned fairly recently. Let's continue.
And all aspects of Polish history are being researched. So I do not agree that with the opinion that any aspect, any research is limited by anyone. All institutions, all universities in Poland, all scientific institutes takes money or receive money from government. All these programs are carried out because
it doesn't have any. Yeah, that's right.
Of money coming from the government, and it is.
And I've learned this from a very prominent Jewish scholar.
Going on since 30 years. politicians change, but this situation is the same. The situation is the same. So please do not lose this point in your commentaries. We generally in Poland work because of a great state support coming from the very beginning, with this spreading of focus of topics.
The state, the government has changed a lot since 1989, just so you know.
Issues under research since this 30 years. Nothing has changed. And now, the difficult points. In historiography, referring Polish-Jewish relations, or it's better to say Jewish-Gentile relations, because we are talking about Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, also with Ukrainians, Belarusians, with people belonging to Orthodox churches, not only to Roman Catholic Church. So, of course, what could be done and is being done.
The Tatars being
a
ignored.
research of all these tensions that happened in the past. And we know much more now than we used to know 30 years ago. And because of opening of new collections of documents, we learn much more also about the darkest period of the German occupation of the Second World War. What is also important, that in comparison with, for example, 1990s, we have now dozens of historians in Poland who can use Jewish language sources and to use this material, information, to present narrative about what was going on before the Holocaust and also during Holocaust. And we are now talking about what was the scale of collaboration with German occupation forces. What was the behavior? And for example, we can meet such a general opinions that Poles did so or so. But my point is, which Poles, what percentage of Poles or Gentile people, who is responsible, because there were referring only to the Polish people, Polish Gentile people, there were 20
Sort of, yeah.
million
I agree,
people.
Somniostatic.
About whom we are talking. Quite
Hello, Somniostatic. The best person in this panel is Barbara, in my opinion.
often we can meet a point with general
I'm sensing some Polish pride being hurt from Grzegorz.
statement that Poles or Polish society did this or that. And we quarrel to some extent about this aspect, the scale, the behavior. And it is one
Although that Javi Dreyfus is probably gonna disagree with all of what's being said now.
point of a very, very vehement discussion we
What a long
confront
answer.
now.
It's the
because
longest answer
we,
yet.
my point is to point and to name perpetrators, not to use terms that are close to simplification and generalization. I am against this, as I am against any generalization. It is my point. And I think the most vehement discussions now are connected with what was going on in Poland during German occupation.
Can see some whitewashing of the
We can't
government.
hear you.
Before I ask Kavi to respond, in the question, somebody asked what Westerplatte was. So I just should explain that
Oh,
this
no.
was part of the port of Danzig, where Polish forces resisted the Germans in a very heroic manner at the beginning of the Second World War. Javi.
Thank you, Anthony. So first of all, to Sebastian, fighting what is called the pedagogy of shame, the need to protect the so-called the good name of the Polish nation, and the desire to control, or as you said, moderate Holocaust memory are concepts unheard of in free democratic society, and certainly not in the world of academia.
Exactly. Yes. Very good. Oh my God. This is very good. This is a very good answer because this person is trying to whitewash the government, Sebastian, and Grzegorz is trying to do it to a degree as well. So I guess the only people apart from the moderator, I do like the moderator. We're rooting for the women in this. Javi and Barbara, they are great. They are nailing it. Grzegorz is serving government official. Okay, that explains a lot. Okay, that in my mind okay. Okay. I see. Thank you.
When historians are put to trial, when journalists are being called to the police, when the last episode was a movie about Ziegel.
And I'm gonna be honest. This is from 1 year ago. The attacks on historians have only ramped up since then.
We cannot talk about free research, and those are things that should be noted. Now, regarding your question, Anthony, I will say that the main problem, and I guess I won't surprise anybody saying it now, the main problem causing ongoing damage is the direct government involvement in academia and the
Yes.
current Polish state's attempt to shape a distorted historical narrative.
Yes.
Poland is not responsible for the Holocaust, despite the fact that it is on its location where many atrocities were held. Nazi Germany performed the Holocaust, there is no question. But Nazi Germany received considerable assistance in the persecution and murder of the Jews across all of Europe, Poland included.
Yep.
Now, on the one hand, the Polish government promotes research and commemoration of Jewish life prior to the Second World War, as Professor Berendt had said, or those who were murdered by the Germans. And this is important. Yet at the same time, it works to block any discussion of cases where Poles were involved in the persecution and the murder of the Jews.
This is so correct that I don't even know what to add here. There's nothing to add here. Let me check this person. IPAN. Director of the Museum of Second World War. Okay. What are his politics? I want to see. IPAN is a very nationalistic institution. There you go. Appointed by peace. There you go. So he is related to the government. He's been appointed by a peace politician. That's right. As always, women are the brave ones and the men are the establishment cocks. True. My guy.
And sadly, such cases were not rare and are well documented. Many records and research indicate that although Poland fought heroically against Nazi Germany, not only in Westerplatte, but in many other places, many Poles were willing to assist the occupier in one aspect of its policy, the extermination of the Jews.
That's right. That's right. It's undeniable. To deny it is to deny reality itself. Oh, this person is nailing it.
True, most Polish Jews were murdered by Nazi Germany, but recent research shows that hundreds of thousands lost their life due to direct or indirect Polish involvement.
We're gonna hear some of those stories. I'm gonna upload some of these stories that were told during one of the marches that I took part in. We're gonna hear those stories directly, and those stories, of course, include the involvement of Polish people that blackmailed Jewish people.
Now, the governmental attempts to distort history are multiple, and I will point out only two phenomena. First of all, expanding and emphasizing.
Oh yes, this is a panel of experts. Just so you know, this is a panel of experts. I do not agree with all of them because some of them are very politically motivated, but this is a panel of experts.
Cases of Poles who assist Jews, those people who are considered as righteous among the nation. And I will just remind us that most of those noble Poles were forced to hide their courageous actions for fear of revenge attack by their own Polish surroundings. The second phenomena is reducing cases of collaboration. Claims that those who betrayed, reported, or murdered the Jews came from the margin of the society are baseless. Jews were betrayed by underground members, but by those who will become later cursed soldiers, by intelligentsia and rural Poles, and not only by the margin of the society. Largely speaking,
the cursed soldiers are already being raised by the government to some holy status when they raided villages and murdered people. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for saying all this.
According to the documentation we have today and the research we have today, many more Poles were involved in persecuting the Jews than assisting them. Now, attributing the courageous actions of the righteous among the nation.
I will make a future stream about the cursed soldiers because that is a topic that my grandfather sat me down and we actually really went through the topic of the cursed soldiers in a very interesting way. So I will do a whole segment about it. We just have to schedule it.
To the whole Polish nation, while omitting the much more prevalent acts in which Poles blackmailed, persecuted, enforced upon, and murdered Jews is Holocaust distortion. And that is, in my opinion, the most dangerous problem we face today.
Agreed, 100%.
Well, these are.
I don't agree.
No, I understand.
I 100% agree. 1,000,000% agree. There's no way to disagree with this. There's just no way. There's just no way to disagree with this. And I mean, there's no way to disagree with this and be honest as a historian. There's just no way.
Discuss this afterwards. I think that the point, two clearly defined positions have been set out. I'll ask Barbara to give her answer now.
Sure. So basically,
just so you know, because Somniostatic I think Somniostatic arrived not long ago. Barbara is so far my favorite person on this webinar. Barbara is the custodian of the permanent exhibition in Polin. And in the segment City of Bones, we have shown a small fraction of the permanent exhibition of Polin. Okay, let's continue. Shh. She has been amazing so far.
My starting point is what I understand as the government's historical policy. And it's been very clearly stated, which is to defend the good name of Poland. And in my understanding is that that has been has come to define the mandate of the Institute of National Remembrance, that the research.
Yes, and so-called IPN. That is the National Remembrance Institute. IPN. They did publish some good works, but there are some works that are.
The Institute for National Remembrance should follow the government's historical policy, which is to defend the good name of Poland. Well, that is not a starting point for solid historical scholarship.
Not, no.
Simply. So I would be really interested in hearing Professor Behrendt respond to that, because it has profound implications for the research that is conducted at IPN, and it has profound implications for school curricula, profound implications for museums, for existing museums.
Yes, 100% yes. Yes. I actually received books from IPN, and some of them are good. Like the collection of sources about the Holodomor, that actually, I believe, came from the IPN, but I might be wrong.
The Museum of the Second World War, where I understand that you are now the acting director. It has profound, and I think that the transformations of that museum are in line with state historical policy. And it has been subject to great, I would say, debate, discussion, controversy. It has profound implications also for the creating of new museums, and more of them that are consistent with, quote, defending the good name of Poland. Now, I am completely in agreement
Correct.
with Javi that a great source of pride is in a country's willingness and ability to confront not only what they are rightfully proud of, but also what they are deeply ashamed of.
Yes.
And I'm reminded
Yes.
of a statement by Dariusz Stola, who said that we today, you, me, most of people living in Poland today are not personally responsible for what people before us did, but we are responsible for what we do with that knowledge. That's our
Yes.
responsibility. And
Oh my God. Yes. This is. Yes. My goodness. I told you, Barbara is extremely good. Barbara is the best. Just. My goodness. So good. Thank you. Thank you, Obsessive Forge. Oh yeah, it only has like 756 views. So this is like, I think I want to do more of these sort of events, more of these sort of panels, because, well, nobody watches them. Nobody watches these events. Of course, I'm gonna link it at the end of the segment, but I want this channel to be a space where we can watch this sort of thing together and analyze it, you know, because this is really valuable. This is not just spicy panel where people argue about stuff. It's like, it's people, like, as you've noticed, people here are really credentialed. So I think this is very valuable, and I think we should do more of this sort of thing. I was worried that there would not be a positive reception, but I think it's gonna be okay. I think we can do a lot more stuff like that. I just hope there will be more in English. There are some in Polish. This is a slightly higher caliber of discourse than we usually get from our standard crop streamer. True. Or just do it anyway. True, Somniostatic. The real courage is to fear the fear and do it anyway. That's true. We all like to watch Wick, Founder, and like Nazi Testicle, but this has a substance and very few eyes on it. True. Okay, let's continue. This is actually a very short one as well. It's what a duck would do. That's right.
To, in a way, to find a way.
Listen, during a Wick panel, I play Warcraft. During this webinar, I turned the game window off, okay? I turned the game window off and I'm not playing anything. I'm actually paying attention 100% to this. During some drama panel, I usually just play a game while watching, so, you know. I think it's, when watching this, it's worth paying attention.
And I would say a Polish way, a way that's specific to Poland, not a German way, a Polish way to deal with shame in a period where the government policy is all about pride, I think is an enormous challenge for the academy and for cultural institutions. And so I would really be interested in the, you know, what others have to say about this.
Can I answer?
I will do my best. I will do my very best to somehow, by some miracle, get a conversation with Barbara. I will do my best, okay? I will try my darnest to get a conversation with Barbara.
Sure. Can I comment?
Yes, please.
So first, this I would be very obliged for mentioning the names of historians of the Institute of National Remembrance occupied with the history of Holocaust, who wrote untrue about the situation in Poland. Not this, do not general, please call the names of several historians from the Institute who writes something according to the knowledge, to the sources about what was going on during the German occupation of Poland, and the focusing on this, on the issue of Jewish, Gentile, Jewish, Polish relations during this horrible time. So I do not know any historians working in the Institute, in the IPN, who ignored
EPAN, the organization. Also, the distinction between Sebastian and Grzegorz and Javi and Barbara is that they talk as historians and people, and I'm afraid I have to say Grzegorz and Sebastian talk like politicians primarily.
Knowledge, information from
I'm afraid that
sources.
is my...
Because we know the same sources in Poland, all carrying out research on this. We know the same sources, and we use them in a way we were taught during our academical studies. And to point the IPN as an institution sharing untrue about the war, about the attitude of Gentile population toward...
Spoiler alert. It's true. It's true to the point that during the conference, one much harsher historian than Javi or Barbara said that the government is outright raising a group of neo-historians that spread lies about the Holocaust. The historian during the conference about the mistakes of the Holocaust was much harsher than Javi and Barbara. Much. Let me tell you this. That historian that was in the conference is so outspoken against the government that the young nationalist groups actually storm his speeches to disrupt them. Again, nationalist youth groups storm his speeches to disrupt them. Just for a little bit of perspective on the whole.
Jewish people is not correct because I cannot find it in publication. You mentioned several persons suggesting that only they in Poland write truth about what was going on. It is not correct. We have hundreds of books, hundreds of papers and articles published in Poland all the time with all these aspects you mentioned touched in this book, not only by people from academia or people you mentioned, also by people working in the IPN or any institution. What the IPN awaits from all colleagues is to use sources in such a way that quotation.
I mean, I'm gonna be quite honest. This is righteous anger. Like, Javi has really good reasons to be mad. I mean, I'm pissed off by what I'm hearing here. I'm so used to this sort of speech that I'm becoming desensitized to it. Like, it's so predictable from government shills to act like this. This person is acting by the book. This is standard procedure for the shills of the far-right government in Poland. All right, let's go.
Are not changed. For example, if there is in a source, in a testimony, information, who was a perpetrator.
We will listen to some testimonies and some stories, by the way. I have them prepared. I just need to translate them. And I'm just gonna say this. We will see how many Polish perpetrators will appear in those stories. The stories of the families during the Holocaust will speak for themselves, okay? They will speak for themselves.
Blue
I'm
police,
just gonna say that.
Germans, Jewish police, Jüdischer Ordnungsdienst, not to remove Germans and Jüdischer Ordnungsdienst and leaving only blue police. It is a point that now we are in the situation that quite often people trying to present the involvement of Polish people in the Holocaust falsificate sources. And I will never agree.
Falsificate sources, huh? Can you give us an example of that happening?
This because I were not taught during my studies to do some things like this. And such things happens now in order to present a strong thesis about Polish involvement in Holocaust.
The government shill is accusing people of actually lying and falsifying historical data to frame Polish people as cooperators. This, well, here we are.
I will never agree
Here we are.
with such a point and this practice. Never.
Well, time is running out, and
perspective.
I think that we won't have time for the other questions. Grzegorz has made a very strong statement. I'll ask
Indeed.
Sebastian to make a statement now as before we close, and then ask.
God, I have to say, Anthony is a very calm, very strong moderator. I have to say, damn.
Barbara and Javi, but we really have
Like he takes
to
control.
finish at 10 to 5. So if you can just speak very quickly, Sebastian, Javi.
I'm not going to make a statement. I'm going to offer my perspective on things that have been touched. And to Javi, when I was talking about governments willing to control or have a say in how historical narratives are shaped, I did not say that's okay. I only said that it's to a degree that's natural, and that's, of course,
There is nothing that says more that you don't have an argument than when you retreat to things being natural.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $25, fake Alec Cal Parker. Thank you for the $25. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are here indeed. But yes, when someone doesn't have an argument, they will retreat to it's just natural. Oh dear. Oh dear.
You can talk about differences and the intensity of that, but well, just look at France and Canada. There are things France.
Look at other countries. They do it too. Therefore, it's natural. That's such a weak argument. I hope I don't have to explain why this is such a weak argument. I think everybody in the audience understands why it's a weak argument.
Only recently.
We are all gigglers here. We all understand why this is such a weak thing to say.
A few decades ago, started to talk openly, including historians, about their World War II history. We are all witnessing how Canada is going through a very difficult process of coming to terms with their very recent and complicated history.
There's nothing natural about it.
So that I think it's unavoidable on the one hand, but that does not mean that historians have to.
Those people are apologists. No, but to some degree it's just natural. I don't know. It's just such a bad argument. That's so bad.
Have to admit that there is a dominant narrative that they have to conform to, and if the
What did he call natural? He said that the government interfering with historians and trying to censor them is natural. That is what he's saying. Because I'm not gonna mince words either. I'm you know, as a trans woman, I'm joining the women's team. Okay, I'm gonna say it. The person is saying that the government censoring historians is natural.
The question is, do we have scholarly freedom of research in Poland? I think there are.
Well, if the government is attacking historians for doing certain types of research, then clearly we don't, do we? Are you gonna say yes, we do? Just a few months ago, maybe even less than a few months ago, a historian has been attacked on public TV by the government for saying something that was not nice about Polish people during World War II. And the TV station that she said it on was sued by the government.
At least two levels on which you can offer an answer. The most fundamental level is you have basically free access to government resources to fund your research, regardless of the topic, more or less. I'm maybe simplifying it.
It's true. Trans women just want to join the women's team. I'm a team player. I'm just a follower, not a leader or something. Well, you did so snitching, censoring history is not only natural but also instrumentally necessary as water is to life itself to a fascist government. True. True. Oh my God. True.
A bit. But then the second level is when you publish your research. What's then? What's next? Are there any retortions? And here the picture is not really you cannot paint the picture in rosy colors. We know we're all aware of
We certainly can't. Not under this government. There is no painting things in rosy colors under the current Polish government. That is certainly true.
the 2018
No
law
rosy colors.
that does have some freezing effect on historians, specifically young ones who might want to take up difficult topics, but they wouldn't feel safe. That being said,
There is no that being said after this. If young historians are afraid of touching certain topics, that means you don't have freedom of research. I'm sorry. What there is no that being said after that. You cannot follow it up by that being said.
first case in Poland when a historian was brought to court was back in 2004, also based on the law of the so-called IPN law, which already at that time included, Javi, that
Oh no. We're gonna hear, this is the age-old argument of it's not just the current fascist government did it. The government before us did it as well. That's the argument. And I hear it so much. Oh God. Oh.
provision on Holocaust denial. And that professor was fired. I think he was found guilty, but the crime was described as of lesser gravity. He was fired from his university. That was the first case when historical debate was limited by a state institution, and that was a court.
Sebastian,
One more sentence, Anthony. I think we should try and keep
The moderator has interfered. We'll see what the moderator says. I'm interested now.
things in some kind of balance. So there is definitely
Balance.
a tension between what Poland's government would love to see as official history, let's say, and what historians
There should be no official history. What? There should be no two histories, official history and actual history. Are we for real? Official history and actual history separate? I don't remember the name of the Polish foreign minister. Official history. Jesus Christ, I just cannot.
want to do and are doing. But if we generalize and if we say because you happen to work for the Institute of National Remanagement.
Even Grzegorz is weirded out by this. Official history, come on. Come on, even Grzegorz seems uncomfortable with that one. Like, oh, maybe that's not a good thing to say. His face, I don't know. I feel like he is not liking what is being said about his institution that is producing official history. Oh God.
Remembrance, by definition, your research is worthless or your research is a part of government propaganda, then I would not subscribe to that view. Yeah.
You know, this is a very important discussion. I think that we all want to reach some degree of consensus. We all are committed to this research. We are trying to find common ground, but we don't have enough time, and we need
Dr.
more
Polonsky,
time.
please feel free to take a few more minutes just so we can round out our conversation.
Okay, well then I'll just ask Javi and to say.
They've been given more time. Now this is interesting. They've been given more time by the organizers. That's true. You're right, Kidney.
Few words, and then Barbara to say a few words.
Okay, so first of all, regarding the EPN, and I think this is what Barbara was trying to say, the fact that the EPN its tasks were changed by law in the summer of 2018 mean that today the EPN is not only obligated to document what happened and things like that, but it is obligated to protect the good name of the Polish nation. And
true, which is the stupidest goal you can have if you want actual history, not official history. No, it's different. Don't worry. It's different. It's actually a different surname. This is Polonsky, and the person that you're thinking of is called Polański. So they're actually different surnames.
And this is what Barbara was saying. She can elaborate later on. The fact that an institute is forced to protect this good name already puts this institution in a very problematic place, not to say when it's a governmental institute with such an impact. Second thing, regarding different aspects that are research and not research, I'll give just one example. Anti-Semitism.
I'm Polish. I know the Polish surnames.
Much was written in the recent year about general anti-Semitism and about Nazi anti-Semitism, but there are some unique characters of anti-Semitism in Poland, that of Dmowski School and other. Some ideas that were nurtured by the ND and later members.
Shots were fired. The anti-Semitism of Dmowski School. Ooh, shots were fired now. Okay, Somyu Static. Can you write in our... There were a couple of topics that I said that I will talk about in the future stream. So can you write in our chat Cursed Soldiers and then the Dmowski School of Anti-Semitism. I'm going to write it. I'm going to write it to you. Shots were fired with this one, but I love it. Dmowski, yeah. A very famous scumbag, to be quite honest, but very glorified in Polish historiography. Let me be bitter. Don't be bitter. It will make your mood worse.
of the delegatura and underground, and so on. So there are topics that we can see that are not researched, or at least anyone who will try to research those topics will find himself in a difficult position regarding
True.
what the government will try to promote or stop. The last, and I think that the most interesting question was the one that Anthony, Barbara, and Sebastian, you mentioned, and that is actually, what do democratic countries do with skeletons that they have? Now, each democratic country has its skeletons. And if you're not a democratic country, it's not a problem. You can do whatever you want. But there are different ways that those societies refer to it. You can say that we don't have any skeletons. You can say that those skeletons should be blamed for even being there. You can say that others did it, or many other things. The question is, the critical question, I think, is, as was said by Barbara before, it's not a question of guilt. It's not a question of shame. It's a question of, first of all, responsibility of what we are doing with that past. And today, although there are wonderful Polish researchers, one of their problems is that they have to act in a very problematic atmosphere. And we already see that young scholars in Poland are not working as they did in the past. And that is something that is very, very, very worrying.
Correct.
Barbara, I just want to
I
say,
do not recognize my country in what you are talking about. I do not know the academia. I do not.
I am used to this sort of rhetoric. I am used to this sort of language from government shows. Okay? This is more than just a historical conversation right now. You are actually getting a glimpse, and ironically, you're getting a glimpse into how the government, the current government, phrases things. You're getting a glimpse at how the Polish government discusses things, the language that it uses. That is actually a very typical type of speaking for a Polish far-right politician. So you're getting actually a glimpse into the current Polish far-right politics apart from the historical discourse. Like, I hear this sort of thing daily almost from the far-right politicians.
Not know my students which can handle any difficult problem. I simply do not recognize Poland in what you are talking about, my country.
Well,
if
I guess you're just divorced from reality then, because I do recognize it. I do.
if I can respond, Grzegorz, Professor Berendt, I understand. I totally understand what you're saying, and that is to say that I know that you feel, and you feel that your students feel that they can basically research anything, and they have access to any sources that they want to get to, and I would agree. I don't disagree. So that's not the issue. The issue is that there is an historical policy, and it is to defend the good name of Poland. That is the historical policy, and it is shaping not only the academic world, but it doesn't mean that there aren't independent minds that are working against that policy. There are. Nobody's yet gone to jail because they didn't quote defend the name of Poland. We're not suggesting that for a moment.
But historians are being publicly attacked already. And the private TV that has hosted a historian that has said uncomfortable truths about World War II, the government has sued that TV station. So we are already Engel King is someone else. So we are already seeing the escalation of the attacks, just so you know. We are already seeing this is Barbara Kirschenblatt. But yes, we're already seeing an escalation, because this was a year ago. this.
But it is providing the framework. It is providing a kind of a guide to what is expected, what is respected, and it is the history.
Yes, you're correct. Barbara Engelking, who actually happens to be an acquaintance of my mom's as well. But yes, correct. That's correct, Somiosterek.
That is the historical policy. Where I see it, now you may not see it so clearly in the academy, and that's great. But where I see it is in the cultural sector. I see it in education. I see it in museums. I see it in your museum. I see it also in the way in which Polin Museum has to navigate its own course in trying to deal
Yep,
with.
there was a very, very loud case of the Polin Museum being attacked by the government because of the Time exhibition that it did about Polish anti-Semitism after the war. The attack was very aggressive. So yeah, of course.
With difficult issues, whether it's the March 68 exhibition, whether it, any number of instances, because the concept of what a museum is, as we've heard from Minister Glinsky, is that people should leave feeling good and that there shouldn't be debate.
That's... No! We cannot have feel-good history. We have to have history. People can't leave feeling good. What? That's so bad. No.
But there should rather be a kind of consensus, and that museums should not inspire the kind of debates that these difficult issues raise. So I understand it really more from the cultural sector, because I believe that museums play an extremely important role as a bridge between the academy and the public. A very, very, very important role. That's our role. And we have I would say, a responsibility to perform that role in a way that we think of as being intellectually independent and not governed by the state's historical policy to defend the good name of Poland, because we believe that the best way to defend the good name of Poland is to be historically honest, bold, and open to debate. That's the way. And I mean, you can perhaps comment from the perspective of your museum.
So, okay, and the debate is going on in Poland, and mentioning the most difficult, tragic aspects we touch now. These issues are so important that nobody will change the situation about discussing very important issues. So it is.
I just wanna point to specific language, vague. I don't know. David Harris. I'm not sure who David Harris is. David Harris just arrived. A new person.
What is going on in Poland now? There is a kind of presentation of information and opinion, and other historians are coming and checking, is it okay? Are we to accept, to adopt it or not? And it is the situation in Poland now. Issues and information and opinions confirmed are...
Well, the whole thing is called, no, they're not, it's not an AGC fella. This whole thing is organized by the American Jewish Committee. So that this person is not really represent,
accepted, that not confirmed or not accepted. It is what is going on. And coming to the...
This thing is organized by the AJC, the American Jewish Committee.
Of the Second World War. During the last 4 years, there were some information, 27 information points added to the permanent exhibitions. Added, not removed from the exhibition, from permanent
Edit.
exhibition. And
Excuse me, what about the
people
final,
are
what about the final film? What about the final film? What happened?
Yes,
You moved the final film, you
yes.
replaced it with a
the
patriotic one,
final film
and they were forced to
was
reverse.
removed. Yes, and it was decision of former director.
Why?
But
Why?
Why? Well, because he didn't find it correct to put together the information about terrorism, Islamic terrorism, and on the second screen, the picture of John Paul II. So it was his right to make such a.
Absolutely his right, no question.
This is a very important
Was his
discussion.
decision.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'd like to, with great regret, I think we do need to bring it to a close. I'd like to thank all the 4 participants for expressing their views so openly and for listening to each other.
I think we all know who we stand here, right? I think we all know who we stand in this discussion.
I think that the first thing that we need to do is to listen. And I think that we do need to try and find a consensus. And the consensus is based on the need to understand this very painful and very difficult past. I'll stop there and I'll hand over to David Harris.
We perhaps need a second part of this discussion.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. The trouble is,
John Paul II was the Polish one. He was the child abuse enabler pope.
At 40 minutes, we were extended to 50. At 50 minutes, we were extended to an hour. This is only a start, but I think that we all need to work together because this is something which is crucial for the future of Poland, something to a country to which we are all devoted and whose happy future we all look to. But I'll hand over to David Harris, CEO of the AJC, to round up this evening's discussion.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Polonsky, and thank you to our panel for an extraordinarily stimulating and challenging conversation.
It becomes stimulating
I
at the
originally
end.
had comments prepared to wrap this up, but I've now deleted those comments in the interest of the shortage of time. I simply want to say that I myself am not a scholar of this issue. I am, however, for the last 40 years, a practitioner in the field of relations between Poland and the Jewish people. And Sebastian, my AJC colleague, if there is a second opportunity, I'll be happy to share my own experiences. I will conclude only by saying this, as was said earlier, why does the American Jewish Committee continue to engage in these extraordinarily difficult issues, this kind of political and intellectual minefield that we've seen yet again? Because there is no Jewish history without Poland, and there is no Polish history without the Jewish people. And
I agree
40
with
years
that.
ago, I heard similar discussions and debates and differences. 40 years later, again, those differences are revealed. But as Professor Polonsky, as you said, we are in a way bound to continue this conversation in an effort to see where we can advance the conversation and not simply dig in order to paralyze the conversation. There are painful truths, there are competing narratives. We at AJC are prepared to continue. We're proud to partner with the Tablet Magazine, and we thank all of the panelists for being so forthright in this discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, David, and thank you to our esteemed guests and moderator for today's incredible conversation. And thank you to our global audience for tuning in today. Don't miss the next of our series on November 18th, titled Is France Being Torn Apart? Register for this program and more at ajc.org/advocacy anywhere.
There you
Thank
go.
you again and goodbye.
So, if you have enjoyed this segment, if you really like and want more historical panels / webinars like this, then please like, subscribe, share. Please tell me in the comments What are your opinions on what you've just witnessed? And tell me in the comments if you want more of this sort of content. And with this, we finish this segment, and I'm going to go to the toilet. It is true. It is my fate to go to the toilet. The toilet is calling me like the toilet does. And I'm going to be right back. I'm here. I'm surprised how often it comes up that there is no Jewish history without Poland and vice versa. Well, 1,000 years of shared history will do that. Wish me luck, because in less than 2 months it's the elections, and the elections will decide on whether or not we continue with this government or actually get a better one. Wish me luck. Okay, we're gonna play some game now. Damn, we have done quite a lot today, huh? It's an intense stream, or you think so? Basically 4. Maybe we'll watch a quick thing. So you're gonna be bored just watching me play the game. So let's do this. Let's watch a President Sunday segment. that I have not seen yet. Here we go. The Young Turks. I'm not muted. Wait, I'm not. I'm not muted. No, I'm not. I'm not. You should be able to hear me. No, I'm not muted. Oh. Okay, we're gonna watch the El Presidente thing. Because it's very short and to the point. Here we go. It's okay. We all make our little gigglies.
I'm of the opinion increasingly, and as somebody who's been like pretty loudly criticizing Anna, not that anyone cares, that I think even acknowledging her was a mistake. That's unrealistic for a couple of reasons. First of all, because we lack the discipline as a community, and by discipline I don't mean we're all just like super immature and unable to control ourselves, but in the sense that there is no top-down organization holding us to a particular policy, so that we can actually commit ourselves to simply not reacting to this and not making this into an event that ultimately benefits Anna and encourages like right-wing and transphobic actors to what's the word, to bandwagon. I think in addition though, this now becomes, how do I put this? There is too much to be gained by...
I disagree with that. It was already an event regardless of what any of us did. That is true. But it is also true that there are better things to focus on. I think that there can be an agreement here.
The media actors, especially the smaller scale ones in this space, for them to have the actual...
I'm a small
incentive to not jump on this topic and make this into an issue that they're a part of. Because at the end of the day, like, if it's a choice between your well-being, for most people, your well-being as a creator or as a media figure or whatever, and your ability to benefit and grow from an interaction, this one always wins. Every single time, no matter who you are, ultimately. And it's very easy to post-hoc justify it. Keffel softballs Keem for 3 hours. I'm sure in her head she told herself she had the most noble reasons in the world for doing so. She's going to either bring over a major figure to her side, or she's going to destroy someone on the battlefield of ideas if it didn't work out that way. But what it actually ended up being was...
I don't think anybody is actually... Wait, what was the phrasing? I have to listen.
Gonna either hours. I'm sure very easy to post-hoc every single time, no matter who you are, ultimately. One always wins. And your ability to benefit and grow from an interaction, this one always wins.
It actually, I don't think it's always wins. I don't even know if I have covered Anna quite a bit, but I don't know.
Talk justify it. The most noble reasons in the world for doing so. She's going to either bring over a major figure to her side,
I'm not even
or she's
sure
going to
if I
destroy someone on
really...
the battlefield of ideas if it didn't work out that way. But what it actually ended up being was 3 or so hours of Keemstar whitewashing his history, her kind of nodding confusedly, and that was it. Was she, like, doing something particularly bad? No, but, like, at the end of the day, it's very easy to disguise the cynical motive with an honorable motive that you kind of stretch to match it. And I think the same thing's happening with the Anna Kasparian stuff. Ultimately, she did this specifically to make a positive statement to other people that she's open for business. This was not made as a critique of the left. This was made as a signpost advertising herself to the right and to
I would
transphobic
agree.
actors generally. That's what this is. So that's
I would agree with that, yeah. I think I will agree that Anna Kasparian did it as like a, but I just think I don't think it's just Anna Kasparian. I think it's the Young Turks widely. I think the shift is being done by the Young Turks, not just by Anna Kasparian.
that's where we are. Vosh recently said that calling Anna Turf was a mistake in a live stream. I think it was a tactical mistake. I think I don't think it matters ultimately. So I like it could be true. I think practically it makes no difference, but I think for that very reason, it complicates the narrative. I think in an ideal world, when she says this, nobody responds at all. People just ignore it. She can do her little roundabout, like talking to like Adam and Sitch or whoever, and she can talk about how awful it was to just, keep her real feelings hidden because she's just terrified of lefties or whatever. And
I'm
then-
not sure if that would have changed anything. I honestly don't think that would have changed anything. Wait, which one is absolutely not true? It's going to be a huge thing. Oh, I thought you said that I said something that was not true.
it would go away. But now this is a thing. And because it's a thing, it benefits her. And it creates incentive for people to pile in defense of her, which...
Like, I don't think people left-leaning creators being silent about it would have changed anything.
improves her reach, and like what Keffel said, like a 2-hour documentary today. Great, I'm sure it was fantastic. I haven't watched it yet, but let's assume she did the best job possible. Just destroyed the Young Turks' body and soul. Not really, though, because they don't care. They don't care. The people who benefit from it ultimately are going to be...
I think that the point of such documentary slash essays is not necessarily to attack someone or to destroy someone's career. I think the wider role of such videos is to explain a certain phenomenon, if that makes sense. And in that case, the essay does have a pretty big function. No? What do you think? What is the... I actually have not seen it either, so I don't really feel like I can comment on it in any way.
Keffel's good for her. Her editors, good for them. The entertainment you get from watching it, and that's going to be it. Young Turk's going to carry on. There's more money in it for them to do what they're doing, and that's that. And as a consequence of this, though, as a consequence of this event, you've now lost access to the Young Turks forever, which we don't really have a replacement for. That's a very large-scale platform, and people like to talk about how they're like kind of flatlining or whatever. They're
Hello.
big, though. They're
Hello.
names that are known, more so than Vosh, more so than anybody else in this space. And I don't know. We have a fundamental issue where I say royal we, but like, who am I even talking about? Just leftist groups as a whole lack any capacity for long-term planning or strategic compromises that don't amount to actually just completely betraying your cause. And that's a massive weakness that needs to be addressed. And I don't know how anyone can address it. We might actually just be screwed. But we're not in a good state right now. It's bad.
I don't think we're screwed. I don't think we're screwed. I don't think we're screwed. Okay, so we watched this. So should watch something longer. The Warcraft thing is gonna be very... Oh my god. What a meme. What a meme. Can you... I'm not interested in this. Oh, it's Hun. Interesting. Can you link it? It's new, but you should steal all of Vosh's views. True. The president is contradicting himself now. His initial premise is that the people are doing a thing that benefits the rich, and now he's pleading a loss of access to the Young Turk platform. Well, in President Sunday's defense, I think he was more referring to the lack of access to the political power that the Young Turks sort of represents. I really don't agree with Sunday here. There isn't really a way to ignore the Young Turks when they are as big as they are, especially since there are numerous content creators who were inspired to do online content from them. Yeah, I would agree. Alright.
You know, I don't know much about Linus Tech Tips. The only Linus Tech Tips video I've ever watched, I watched it while assembling this computer. Madison, also known as Swap, who presumably works with LTT, is Upsetty Spaghetti. There's 2 dramas, in fact. 2 dramas! To stop the speculation and DMs I'm receiving, I chose to quit my role at LTT because the working environment was ruining my mental health. The number of daily items the social media role at the time was expected to fill was incredibly high. I was expected to post 3 tweets, 2 Insta posts, and 2 TikToks minimum per day. That is a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, for sure. Expected to plan, film, edit, and post 2 Floatplane exclusives. As a poster, I laughed at that, but as a job, that's a lot. Yeah, a lot of people don't... So the thing is, like, it's one of those things where people think it's super easy because everyone does it, right? It's like, oh man, 3 tweets a day. But it's not just like a regular person tweeting. We're talking about a high level of professionalism with specific content. You know, it's... The social media gets infinitely harder when there's a standard of professionalism that you have to apply to what you're doing. Not to mention TikTok stuff. I mean, we're talking about potentially like cobbling together clips, editing it properly, making sure the subject's right, the drop is right, making sure everything works together. Any kind of like media coordination and production.
Because you need to be a pro at using social media. That is why I suck at it. You need help. You should do more. I should do better on the social medias to promote this channel. Hello, Minus. Oh my goodness, Minus. Hello.
All of that is a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, for sure. I was also expected to manage, plan, come up with, execute, get approval for, and schedule out all the sponsored content on socials, not including YouTube. Wow, that is so much work. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, this is way too much work for one person. Way too much for one person. All while being told not to complain because my job was the fun job. Okay, this is something that happens a lot in basically every job that people look up to when they're growing up. Like every job that people imagine they'll really enjoy doing. It's like this happens a ton in the video game industry especially, where it's like, man, it sure does suck how we have to do like crunch for 40 weeks a year, and also how I get asked to do unreasonable stuff and I never get any credit. And it's like, what? Whoa, are you complaining about being a game dev? You know? A really clear-cut example of this actually would be in manga.
That actually happens. That actually happens a lot. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription for Minus. Thank you.
you know? Because Shonen Jump, the premier producer of shonen manga over in Japan, expects work standards from the people who make the manga that bordering on like Sisyphusian, you know? It's like insane, you know? Like putting out a 20-page chapter a week, it's not like that, it's inhuman. Yeah, it's slave driving, literally. The light novel Slave Factory too. Well, light novels are trash, so I don't care. They can slave away, whatever. It's one of those things where it's like, bro, you get to make a manga? You're complaining about the work and you make a manga? But they work like 14 hours a day.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure that manga creators even complain. I'm not even sure if I've heard many manga creators complain. I'm not even sure if that happens. Dax Quacks.
6 days a week, and the day they're not working 14 hours, they're working like 8 hours, you know? It's not acceptable. People do this all the time with nice jobs. And I think a lot of it is because people will see them and think they're ungrateful. The creator of Naruto, when he finished his manga, the joke on Oda saying that he will be able to walk with his son. Oda took like 3 weeks off for eye surgery. Yeah, no, they work like completely nonstop, and then they die, you know, as is the case. But oftentimes these unfair
Actually, the author of Naruto said that his child did not recognize him. Yeah. The author of Naruto said that his child did not recognize him. That his child referred to him as the author of Naruto and not as dad. Hello, Arkael. Hello, you've missed a big, fat segment.
Standards are pushed by like the masses because, you know, if you're in these positions and you complain about your job, a bunch of people will be like, dude, you're complaining about this? I would love to do that. Bro, I would love to get paid to tweet and make Instagram posts. And it's like, well, you have no idea what you're talking about. You would love to get paid to tweet and make Instagram posts, sure. Not to work for a massive internet brand where there's a, like, high stakes, high standards, social media curation.
I'm finally putting my nose to the grindstone and learning OpenGL. How about you? I'm putting my nose to the grindstone and giving you entertainment.
Policy that you single-handedly maintain across multiple platforms. That's not as fun, you know? Can't speak on what it's like now, but they have an entire team working on what I was expected to accomplish alone. Never made any statements during my time. My work was called dog shit. I was called incompetent. I know that feel. After enough complaints from me, I was pulled into a meeting. In that meeting, the writer's room was pointed to, and I was asked, do you think any of these people would have a hard time getting a job? I said no. I was then pointed to and asked, what about you? I remember asking, are you going to fire me? I was laughed at and told to stop being so pessimistic as if my job and ability hadn't just been vaguely threatened. I was then asked to agree to a verbal no-drama contract. The verbal part is important? Jesus Christ. Okay, this is pretty bad. This is like cartoon.
Oh my god.
Boss. Like
no
you've been
drama
complaining about your job. Like, you see all these people out here? You think they could get a job? How about you? You know, like literally, like quick, like draw our evil cartoon boss. And then the no drama contract. No drama verbal contract. First of all, folks, if you're ever asked to do anything at work, get it in writing. That's one. For two, especially if it's sussy. For two, no drama in this case means no complaint about your work. A warning that came very shortly after I had come forward, stating I'd been inappropriately grabbed multiple times in the office among other issues. I was barred from being in videos, so when you ask what happened, why isn't she in more content, this is why. God damn. Sorry, you've been groped too many times by our coworkers. You can't appear in our videos anymore, because that'll make people more sympathetic to you when you inevitably leave the company and complain about the harassment you received. This is bad, holy shit. It is, though, to be fair, and I'm sure many people in chat will agree with me, being a woman in tech is like a solid coin flip on being assaulted, so. Like, imagine all of the worst guys you had GE courses with in college, growing up, becoming, like, semi-wealthy, and then packing them in an office where it's one woman to every 10 guys, you know? Yes, women did used to be more prevalent in tech back in the 70s and 80s. It was about 50-50. I think in some areas it was actually more women than it was men. When it was less prestigious, yeah. Well, back in the day, Really? Yeah. Okay.
am.
So computers have
Wait, I am playing a game. Oh, it's not visible for some reason. I am actually playing a game very slowly. There you go. Now it's visible.
existed for well over half a century, of course, but they were big, boxy, expensive, unwieldy things compared to what we have today. Computers used to be like a very high specialty, like tech and government specific kind of thing. And in that
Warcraft 2.
environment, yeah,
It's
computer
Warcraft
science
2.
was basically like a 50-50 male-female split. But when computers became small and cheap enough that they could be marketed to home consumers, they were marketed as a toy primarily, here's your solitaire box, right? Like they weren't really thought of as the world-changing device they would later end up being. And in being marketed as a toy, like think about like if it's like the 80s and 90s and you're going to market a very expensive, and they were very expensive, like fun machine with discretionary income, that's going to be marketed towards guys, right? Like, we're talking only a decade or so after women were allowed to open their own checking accounts. Women on average, like certainly today, but even more so then, just did not have like the disposable income to even like lean into that market. So they were marketed towards men and boys. And because they were marketed towards men and boys grew up using computers, which then got them into computer science, which skewed the demographics of computer scientists way more towards men. So it's kind of the same as Legos, where Legos for the longest time were like a equal 50-50 boy-girl thing, but then Legos pivoted into doing more like action sets, cops, soldiers, that kind of stuff, race cars, construction vehicles, and they got marketed more as a boys' toy, and then like more people ended up working at Lego who were guys, and cycles around, After it was publicly announced by Linus he was hiring me without my knowledge or consent to that situation, and also before I was even offered the job or shown the salary, I agreed and signed the employment contract. Super skeevy right here. For somebody as huge as Linus to publicly offer a job before like privately discussing the terms is basically saying like, if you turn this down, everyone's gonna blame you. Like you will look ingracious if you're the one, now we've put the foot forward publicly. This is why you're only supposed to publicly discuss stuff like this after it's been agreed upon privately. God damn, there is a lot here. I was actually called a tattletale. I was told I was bossy when I was trying to be assertive, like I was asked to do. I was told I was arguing when I was trying to discuss my point of view. I was told to calm my tits and stop being such a bitch. And other comments with similar effects.
Calm my
Least
tits.
sexist tech environment. I gotta say, they're really setting records here, really breaking boundaries. I really like the word bossy because if a person ever calls a woman bossy, especially in a work environment, that's like a 99.99999% percent chance they're sexist. It's like such an obvious stuff. Like with the people I've spoken to, even if it's all behind the scenes or whatever, calling someone a bitch, I call a lot of people a bitch, to be fair. So I can't really couldn't it be sexist to call a woman a bitch? Like, sure, certainly it can. Certainly if you're like her boss and you're telling it to her. But if you're like privately going like, this person's a bitch, that person's a bitch. Okay, people say that. Calling a woman bossy, I have never heard that from somebody who wasn't like obviously chafing at the idea of having to deal with a woman's issues, like like whether she's above or below them, Oh, I for sure think that bossy is more sexist than bitch because I and a lot of other people call men bitches. I've never heard a man be called bossy, not once. When men are bossy in a way that is genuinely negative, they get called a dick. But the term like overbearing or whatever, but bossy. The way bossy is like a very childish word. The term, it just sounds like a baby word. Bossy, When people say bossy, there's a combination of
I don't even know if there's
over
a Polish
the line,
equivalent
but also
to bossy.
in like this petty, innocuous, diminutive way. Boss baby. It's very infantilizing, yes. Like if I went into a room and I was like aggressive and tyrannical and left or whatever, nobody would call me bossy. They would call me a dick or like a huge piece of shit or whatever. But if a woman did that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with calling a woman a huge piece of shit if she's being a piece of shit. The bossy thing just so specifically indicates this this irritation at a woman being uppity or out of place or whatever. I don't know. There's something weird about it. I can't quite describe it. I'd have to think about it more. There's just something. It's not like I've been in an office environment that much, but it's the impression that I've gotten from the times that I have been. Last year, he sent his fan base after employees for trying to unionize. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that in a second, I think.
Damn.
Anna Kasparian, you don't have to bait my attention as often as you are, okay? It's all right. You can dial it down a bit. There was a hashtag #BanBossy online campaign about 8 years ago. Women are right to be chafed by that. I remember getting told off for taking my sick days, as in the days you're entitled to. This no days off grind set culture culminated in the real moment I realized I had to leave. I purposefully cut my leg open so badly I would have to go to the ER to get it stapled back together. It was genuinely the only way in my mind to take a day off without being harassed for the reason why. Okay. I don't know how much of this reflects on her mental state and how much of this reflects in the workplace, but that's probably like a mutual thing right there. Jesus. Yeah, related. I'd spoken to managers about how I was struggling, how the workload was too much for one person.
What the?
But I was belittled and told you just have bad time management skills. I'm still scared shitless of what the response will be since I am a woman and have since been called dramatic. I'm not stating what happened to me because I'm seeking clout. I'm stating it because it's been eating away from me for over 2 years. There's some genuinely compassionate, intelligent people who work there. Ego and a bottom line are destroying them. Yeah, what's all this about Linus Tech Tips not wanting there to be a union because all of his workers are haha such good friends? LMG clips. Would LMG ever unionize?
Former video editor for a tech channel that toured my studio. Wow, that really narrows it down. I don't know who you are, though. I'm sorry. What protections do you have in place for your staff? Would you support a unionization of stash/camera crew under YouTube creators? Is YouTube creators a thing? I've made it very clear in the past that I feel that if our staff felt like they needed a union, I would consider that, and Yvonne too, we would both consider it personal failures. Here in Canada,
that's a huge red flag right there. The idea that, like, your workers getting a union is a negative reflection on you is the idea that a really good boss wouldn't have workers who unionize, i.e. them unionizing is an attack on your likability as a boss or some indication of, like, that's not how it works. This is essentially, this is why I like to relate political and economic democracy. The equivalent of this would being like a dictator saying, you know, oh, if my peasants needed a democracy, like, I would consider that an indication that I had failed. You know, like, if, oh, the people beneath me, you know, looked for representation, then what am I doing? It's not about you. It's the process. It's the system. Even the best boss will still have material interests dictated by their being a member of the bourgeoisie. And likewise, you know, even well-kept and well-treated workers will want a union. That's a really bad attitude to have. Oh, what does he say? How does he continue? It sucks because he'd always given me such good vibes. Well, this is... Okay, so again, this is why it's so important to understand class dynamics, okay? It doesn't matter how good of a person you are, Linus Tech Tips, whatever, all right? The whole point of, like, material dialectics is that, you know, and class consciousness is that people are pushed in these directions almost regardless of their personalities, you know? Like, being a businessman and being sympathetic to the interests of the bourgeoisie, that doesn't make you a bad person in the sense that you're, like, maliciously choosing self-interest. It means that you are subject to ideological biases that legitimize that perspective to you. So in his case, he's doing it in this bitchy, like, self-aggrandizing way, right? Like this, oh, well, if they were to unionize, it means I haven't done good enough for them. So his way of legitimizing his anti-union philosophy is the idea that, you know, if he just does a good enough job as a boss and does it, like, throws enough pizza parties, that there will be no need to unionize. And that's, I think, a fairly common attitude for a lot of people who are running this gambit, you know? It's not about malice. It's just, it's like, hey, why do we, hey, we're all family here, you know? One big family.
There's absolutely nothing that we'd be able to do to...
If you're all family, then why don't we split the profits evenly?
Prevent it, legally speaking. So if they decided that they wanted to approach their engagement with their employer that way, there's absolutely nothing that we could do to challenge them on it. It's actually sort of baffling to me that it is possible to have such blatant, like, just brazen anti-organizing policies in place in our neighbors to the south. I don't get it. What protections do you have in place for your staff?
Is he Canadian? Okay, okay, just making sure. And, you know, fair. I'm pretty sure that Canada's Okay, I think Canada has better union protections than we do, but I will say Justin Trudeau has been shutting down a lot of strikes lately, so, you know.
I mean, really,
What does that mean?
yeah, I don't really know. I mean, we have like a dental plan. I'm not really 100% sure what you're asking. There's a lot of legal protections for employees just in general in Canada. Like my wife and I joke sometimes it's easier to get a divorce than to fire an employee. Like it's actually very difficult.
So, okay. So this is, okay, so here we go. This is another example right here. This is the same thing that people say when they're like, you know, oh man, because of tenure, it's impossible to fire bad teachers, which is not true. When people complain about shit like that, like, oh man, these worker protections are crazy, we can't fire anyone. It's not true.
Oh boy.
Like, at all. It's belly aching that's meant to, like, overstate. Like, oh man, we've gone too far, you know? It's crazy. You can't fire anyone these days. Yeah, you can. Obviously, there are protections, but I think it's good that there can be protections before you remove a person's livelihood. Personally, I think that's a good thing. I think that's cool.
Oh my god.
In my opinion. But yeah, I agree you shouldn't be able to fire somebody without cause. That's pretty bad. I want to hear more from this. This is just a segment from their podcast. I'm not showing it because, you know, copyright, but, you know, it's telling.
I don't really feel like they need additional protections to be.
Would unionization help or hurt workplace sexual harassment discrimination? I can't fathom a way that unionization would hurt workplace sexual harassment or discrimination. I mean, I guess there's some, like, abstract moon world scenario where it could happen, like, hypothetically. Oftentimes, the harassment that women face in the workplace come from management or are at least abetted by management. Having a union not only means that you have like a line of opposition against managerial behavior, it also means you have a way of discussing and broadcasting publicly these kinds of behaviors outside of the pre-existing workplace environment. So I overwhelmingly, I would assume that it helps in those cases, but you know.
Perfectly honest with you. I know that in the States, particularly in states where they have at-will employment, it's a totally different story. There's basically no protection whatsoever. You can just dismiss someone for any reason at any time, and they're entitled to like nothing.
Yeah, it's not true.
But that is not the case up here at all.
Yeah.
Obvious Lobster says probably like an anonymous report line for HR. So we do have a third-party HR firm.
I'm gonna go to bed, but before I go, I want to say that I'm glad I found your channel, Lucia. It's very educational and chill. Thank you for being here, Minus. Thank you for being here, Minus.
We do
third-party HR firm, really?
Have, if anyone ever had a problem with me, they could take it up with Yvonne, and we do take that anonymity and we do take that privacy very seriously. If they have an issue that is so big,
didn't somebody in chat just say that's his wife? If you have a problem with me, just
that's
come
my
over
wife
to
you're
my
talking
wife
about.
to discuss it. Feel like there might be a slight conflict
That's
of
my
interest
wife
there.
you're talking about.
I don't know if I personally would feel comfortable going to his wife.
That's my
yes,
wife
they
you're
are
talking about.
co-owners. I really do not feel like your wife should be HR.
big that they can't trust either of us with it. Frankly, we've failed them anyway. I don't know what we could possibly do to resolve it.
Wait, what?
That is so big that they can't trust either of us with it. Frankly, we've failed them anyway. I don't know what we could possibly do to resolve it.
See, he's doing it again. See, he's doing it again. Man, if somebody has a problem and they don't trust coming to me, the main guy, or my wife, then I guess we failed.
That's my wife you're talking about.
I don't know how or why a person would have issues that they couldn't take to us, the cool business mom and dad. But, you know, like, so this is, it's all, well, yeah, of course, HR protects the firm, not the employee. Yeah. Isn't that bad corporate practice to go to the main guy and kind of snub the managers? I mean, in general, going to HR doesn't really always have the best outcome.
I think that...
He said third-party HR. Yeah, but then he referred to an HR lady by first name, so I don't really know.
Overall, we try to do a really good job of addressing people's concerns, and...
Is his wife, like, not the real HR, but she's, like, the cool business mom who people can go to?
I mean, sometimes you can talk to even a third-party thing on first-name basis.
To if they have an issue? Is
it
that what he's saying?
It doesn't necessarily mean any amount of closeness.
We have a third-party HR firm if you need it. Well, why not talk to us cool mom and dad, you know,
True.
with the pizza party like that? She's CFO? Okay, that's what I'm taking to be the case.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Laddie says the thing is, every
Jesus.
bad boss in the world says you
I don't know what to tell you guys. This is what I mean, right? Like, this is the subtle reaffirmation. This is the liberal myth of the good boss. The idea that if you're good and responsible enough, and if you're cool enough, and you're friendly, and you throw the
Cool
pizza
enough.
parties, that you can circumvent all of the class biases that incline members of the bourgeoisie to act against their workers. And it's just not true, you know? No matter how good of a boss you are, these
You're a boss, still.
ideological inclinations creep up, and they have to be accounted for appropriately. Like with a union, for example.
Don't need a union. I'm a good boss. The reality is sometimes your interests will not align with your staff, and relying on you being a good guy is them taking a risk. Being in a union doesn't change anything. If you're a good enough boss, the union never needs to be involved. That's one way of looking at it. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not going to see eye to eye with you on that.
Ooh, outright rejecting the correct. So not only does he arrive at the wrong answer, he actually gets like irritated with the correct one.
Damn.
You know, like he didn't just arrive at he didn't just go
Damn.
like, oh yeah, I can get that. You know, he's like, I don't think I'm gonna see it. No, sorry, I'm the business dad and I throw the pizza parties.
I agree that a lot of bad employers probably would say you
Thanks,
don't need a union, but in our case,
And have, yeah.
we are
And actively do.
yeah, we're constantly trying to figure out how to make LMG a better place to work. That's
Huge red flag. Every business in the world says this, man. Walmart says this. You don't need a union. A union boss would only take a large portion of your paycheck. We are constantly striving here at Walmart to provide the best possible experience for both our customers and our employees. Like everyone, we're a family.
it's not going to change. So there you go.
And I think there's been
See, look.
constant
Oh, you can read so much into his body language too. He's being emotional here. He's being petulant. The way he doesn't say much, the way he doesn't
Damn.
explain, he just sort of puts his shoulders up. It's my way or the highway, you know? It's actually really weird. Well, it's not weird in the sense that it's uncommon. It's very common. It's
super
weird in the
common.
sense that, like, you guys can see it, can't you? You can see the agitation between a good argument made by the person he's responding to and his emotional bias towards bourgeois interest. The idea that his personal moral virtue can overwhelm and overwrite the need for a union. And he can't resolve that because he could be the smartest man on earth,
True.
and that chatter that he's replying to would be right. He can't argue his way out of that. So instead, all he can do is give the same corpo banal answer of, we're striving to make things better for our employees, and then shrug petulantly. It's a good example of how, and Linus Tech Tips, smart guy, not saying he's dumb, clearly not. But it really is a great example of how, like, ideology reigns over intelligence in many cases. How, you know, you can be a really smart person, but your brain can just be dunked in ideology, and it really influences the conclusions that you arrive at, you know?
Well, I should hope so. I mean, in the early days, it was not great. we're always trying.
We worked out of a garage. We were a scrappy company. I literally lived in his house. It's okay.
Dusty, yeah. You had both tenant rights and employee rights.
Yeah, dude, I had it good.
I'm pretty sure we violated all of them.
Probably.
Neat. Linus Tech Tips has responded to the big Twitter thread that we looked at,
Oh,
saying,
boy.
I was in a state of shock reading through these allegations, plain and simple. They're not consistent with my recollections. They aren't consistent with our internal processes.
I
They're
want
not
a pizza
consistent with our
party.
company values.
Same.
We pride ourselves in maintaining a safe and inclusive environment. In addition to our existing report system, those anonymous,
I'm gonna eat something really good tomorrow, by the
encourage
way.
members of the community to report any
Potatoes
bullying or
with
harassment they might experience. We can
plumes
take quick,
and-
decisive action. Okay, so right off
And-
the bat, this makes me believe her accusations more. I want to be clear that even in cases where I'm inclined to believe her story over Linus Tech Tips, we still don't know if she's telling the truth, right? It's a he said, she said, kind of, you know. So what do we look at
fried.
to weigh our opinion one way or the other, right?
First
well,
boiled,
we know that Linus Tech Tips had...
First boiled, then fried. Oh no, regular potatoes. With onion and plumes. It's actually really good. Believe it or not. And beans. We're gonna also have beans. Marshmallow minor lapse analysis. I didn't need to be ideology.
as a, let's say, callous attitude towards worker rights and worker unionization. And this is not the first time the accusation of overburdening people with work has come up. So that leans towards her, you know, in favorability. But then we have this. In addition to our existing report systems, we've proactively reached out internally today to encourage members of our team to report any workplace bullying or harassment they might be experiencing. So this, to me, reads almost like an admission of guilt. Oh, sorry, this isn't from Linus. This is from Sebastian. My apologies. This isn't Linus. This is the new CEO? Is this the new CEO, or is this Oh, that is him. Oh, okay, somebody in chat was saying that Linus wasn't the CEO anymore, and then I saw Sebastian up there, so I thought, like, oh, it must be the new guy. Okay, so yeah, my point still stands then. It would still stand even if it was another person, because I'm talking about corporate culture here, not necessarily just Linus. But whatever the case may be, you know, imagine if, like, you had a kid, and your kid went to elementary school, and then your kid got bullied, like, pretty bad, or, like, hurt, or maybe bloodied up a little bit, and then you went there, and you're like, what the f? My kid says that he was hit in the hallway, and none of the teachers did anything. And the teacher looks at you smiling, and they're like, that's not consistent with my recollections. And in addition to that, I've also reached out today to all the teachers and told them to report any bullying they see in the hallways. It's like, first of all, did they not already do that? And second of all, if nothing happened, why would you have to change your policy or, like, reaffirm anything? And third of all, why are you deflecting from the accusations I'm making against you now to the general state of your company, which is what you're trying to protect? See, Linus's interest here is to defend the honor of the company, obviously. I mean, that makes sense. To do so this blatantly in response to a pretty pointed accusation suggests a level of transparency in that goal that betrays maybe, you know, a little more culpability. Wouldn't this make sense if he wasn't aware of anything happening, though? If he is truly not aware of anything happening, and I don't know if I believe that, but if he is genuinely aware, if I was in his position, I don't think I would write something like this. I think I would write something that's to the effect of, I was completely unaware of these accusations, but we take them very seriously.
True.
I would like to follow up with this woman and talk with her to get a full recount of the problems faced so we
That's
can
not
understand
gonna
and deal with
happen.
them appropriately. You know, we will, you know, take her allegations and considerations and match them to, like, an internal investigation, like that kind of thing. Because what you're doing there is indicating you're focusing specifically on the claim and not doing this general, like, we over here at Linus Tech Tips are concerned but with the quality of our workplace environment, you know, that kind of thing. The CEO, Taryn Tung, also responded saying that he was shocked at the allegations and the company described. Part of this process, hire an outside investigator to look into the allegations and will commit to publish the findings and implement. That's interesting. The CEO's response sounds better than Linus's does. To be clear, the CEO is very new. Yeah, which means he probably doesn't know. So if you if you think about it for a second, his response comes across, I think, a lot better, and he almost certainly was not aware of anything done to the woman specifically, whereas Linus almost certainly was, and therefore does know, and his response is worse. Isn't that interesting? Because if he's new, like properly new, you know, he's like, yeah, we're going to get an like, listen to what I just said. I just said we're going to try to internally investigate and correspond these claims. And he's like, yeah, we're going to do an internal review, hire an outside investigator, and then publish the findings. I mean, that sounds a lot more convincing than just Linus going like, our HR team will be, you know, you get what I mean, right? Again, it's not definitive. It's just indicative. The CEO is better at managing things while Linus is constantly hella emotional all the time. Yeah, it looks like he takes a lot of this personally. Guys, this is the worst kind of boss to work for. Trust me, all right? Everyone in chat who's experienced this will agree. The only thing worse than a hard-ass overbearing boss is a hard-ass overbearing boss who's convinced himself he's your dad. Okay?
True.
That's the only thing that's worse. Because then you get all the same hard-assery and overbearingness combined with this, like, constant, like, emotional manipulation and, you know, like, hey, I care about you. Don't you care about all this? Us? Together? Look at all we've worked together. Like, that shit, you know? It's a far worse vibe because it adds all the emotional manipulation. This is why, in many cases, working for a mom-and-pop business can be worse than working for a major box store, you know? Because at least if you're like one of 5 million employees at a Walmart location, there's not some degree of, like, fake personal investment you have to give into your job. You're not, like, going home that day feeling guilty because the boss implied they want you to stay later after hours and you did it because they're like an old guy and you want to help out. Like, no, it's Walmart. Like, you clock out when you clock out, you know? Vosh, I had this in my job. I refused to do overtime, so he'd take his time to unlock the door and let us out after we're clocked out. Nice. 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 Fantastic. Okay, so again, it's not possible for me to know for sure whether or not the woman's allegations are true. My guess is that that her cutting her leg open thing, even though it indicates a really bad...
You said that you wanted to make it a co-op, no? Didn't you say you wanted to make your company a co-op? A workers' co-op? How was when you called in and make me the boss? Pretty sure you said you wanted to make me the boss of this co-op, because co-ops are known for having bosses. It's true, co-ops are known for having big bosses in charge. The Vanguard CEO. I'm gonna be the Vanguard CEO of this party.
Bad workplace environment also indicates a degree of emotional instability that casts a little bit of doubt, I think, onto her sort of trustworthiness as a narrator. That's not fair, but it's also true. As somebody who has known at least one person who has cut their leg open for dubious reasons, it does in fact impair my my impression of your trustworthiness a little. However, I think things are leaning pretty heavily, at least in my perspective, towards her complaints being correct. Like her overall, like, she is correct when she is talking about the allegations or what has taken place here. So hopefully more comes out from this. Talk about the other drama too. We'll pace this one out a little bit, one drama at a time. Yeah, small business fetishization is not like amazing.
There's more than one
There's
drama?
this whole other drama right now that seems to be about like prototypes or something, and it's getting a lot of negative attention. But this is not the sexual harassment drama. So I guess I'll have to look at this one later, because I don't want to cross the streams. Bad reviews and ethics with other companies. The Gamers Nexus goes into detail. We're going to look at it later, not right now. God damn, man. Pretty bad luck for them getting hit with a pretty huge sexual misconduct / overworking allegation, combined with this. You know, you're getting both the social and the technical drama right off the bat. TLDR in the prototype is they knowingly tested it on the wrong model card, gaslit the company, they'll return it twice, then auction off. I'm not as tech-brained as a lot of you. I'd have to think about that for a bit to decide how bad that is. I mean, it's bad, obviously. I need to think about it. We'll go over that one later. Please cover this. A kid committed suicide because of Linus Tech Tips. This is talking about Madison Swoop, the Twitter thread that we looked at. A father talked to Reddit in 2022 to share the misfortunes in his life. Interestingly, his son set up a small YouTube channel called Mind Shop a while back. Sadly, the MCN he was affiliated with caused legal troubles that prevented him from receiving a silver play button. Yeah, never, ever, ever join any content networks, ever. Via auction, they acquired one from Linus Media Group that the group insisted on relinquishing it, which they opposed. This led to LTT supporters targeting his son with dislike and negative remarks on his channel. As a result, he ceased creating content, experienced profound despair. Additionally, he encountered torment from bullies at school. Sadly, the kid passed away in August. Tragically, his mother, feeling incomplete with how it took her life. I don't know how much can be said of this. This is really, really sad, but like, this is one of those things where, yeah, I don't know how much we can make of this, like, legitimately. The ambiguous wording of the article really doesn't give much information on what extent. Yeah, I don't know if I can do much of this. Linus told people to support the channel. It's the community being toxic as... Okay, but like, to be fair, man, is that really Linus's fault? Obviously, it's always good to rein in communities that go too far or that harass people. I agree with that. But is it really fair to lay the death of a child on him because his community was like mean to an... Like, I don't think that's fair at all. This isn't the first time an LTD has done basically nothing to rein them in. Yeah, the problem is just if you have a large enough community, inevitably, like, the sway of your presence online is going to lead to some people getting, like, harassment, and that's bad, and it should be dealt with. But I just feel really uncomfortable with like the logic of Linus didn't do enough to curtail the negativity of his community, so they bullied one guy on YouTube, so that person killed himself. Like, do we really think that the suicide was entirely because they were getting negative attention on YouTube? Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel kind of scummy. This article is scummy to me. LTT fan base's harassment allegedly forcing suicide? No, that dude. This article and the people who read it. You kidding me? This is disgusting skeevy drama bait. Like just the linking of like associations together until it's like, yeah, man, why was Madison so afraid to speak out? Because LTT will kill you if you speak it. Like, Jesus Christ. No, that's disgusting. I don't like this at all. The kid was bullied a lot and found solace in the tech creation, or tech content creation, if I recall correctly. Linus explicitly denounced his community for it. He probably didn't kill himself because of the online harassment. He almost certainly killed himself because of stuff online. Or sorry, not online, offline. Like, it even says he was getting bullied at school, you know? Like, like so much shit is like... And then you, like, look more into it, and it's like, oh, it turns out that, like, the kid was being sexually abused. And, oh, it turns out, like, the one parent was an alcoholic. And, oh, it turns out that, like, they were super desperately poor in their family life. Oh, his dog died. And it's like, okay, you know, if we want to do beef with LTT or whatever, we could check the Reddit post. The dad's not really a neutral source. If the dad really did lose his son and his wife, he's going to lash out and blame like anything, and I don't blame him for it necessarily. Let's blame Hassan again. Okay. Hassan funded this operation by buying a PC. That's true. That's true. Hassan is equally morally culpable. Can we acknowledge one thing first and foremost, okay?
Why was that?
We all saw this coming. People who use the Linus operating system are psychotic. Right?
True.
Yeah. It's true. So we could assume all of this was going to happen. I don't know if the Linus Tech Tips guys actually use Linux. I don't actually know. I hope this is a joke. Linux, not Linus? Linus Tech Tips. For this entire time, I thought that their name was Linux Tech Tips, and I just never put two and two together.
God.
Why are they called Linus then? I thought they were like a Linux people who branched out into other things. Because the owner's called Linus? That's dumb. That's stupid. That's fake. That's made up. Linus? Why would his parents name him that when that sounds so close to Linux? That's dumb. That's stupid. I'm sorry. They're lying.
Ouch.
I said... Okay. Anyone whose name is so close to Linux then must be...
Jesus.
I'm so sorry. I need a new chair. The guy who made Linux is also named Linus? Son of a bitch! The guy who made Linux was Linus Torvald. Okay, hold on now. Well, hold on. Now I'm starting to look a little smart, actually. It's almost like my subconscious knew there was a deeper connection between Linus and Linux. Linus and It's almost like my big brain smart head, my big head, big, you all dumb. You dumb. You dumb, me smart. Just a little bit. Holy shit. Get this man a chair stat. He's crashing.
I hope I can kill him before he kills me. Yes! Run away, mother quacker. We won. I think I won. Yes! We won! Let's make the game loud. Jeebus! Lucy! That's right! Where is it? We won. There we go. That was so easy. That was so easy. Easiest thing in the world. The expansion is longer than the base game.
The Jewel Scepter has greatly pleased Ner'zhul. Word has come that you are to entrust it to the remaining warriors of the Bleeding Hollow clan, as they are to return it to Draenor at all haste. Deathwing and his dragons deliver you to the keep at Alterac. While you could easily bring these curs to their knees, they have hidden the tome you seek. They are also cunning enough to strike a bargain, knowing it is their only salvation. Should they tell you the location of the book, however, they fear the retribution of the nations of Lordaeron and Stromgarde. They would be willing to exchange the Book of Medivh for the destruction of these forces that sit along their borders. You must eliminate the military outposts maintained by Lordaeron and Stromgarde. Then seal your
That's true.
entering into
Same with
Lordaeron,
StarCraft 1 for that matter.
contacting the human mage who guards the book and escorting him to safety. Sire, what ho? What ho? Sire, sire, what ho?
Or is there a gold mine? Squaboo. We have to find a gold mine. Oh, come on. Okay, we're gonna do a big scouting.
Yes, Master. At your service. Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
We're doing big scouting right now.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. We're being attacked.
There is no... Hello, Arca... Oh! Mine. Mine. How big is it? There are a couple of mines here. Alright. We're gonna go to this one first. Giggling. Dragon. There we go, we did it.
your name, at your service. We move, at your service. We move.
There we go. We're gonna win this.
What ho?
Wow.
For the king,
For the king.
your majesty.
Your Majesty. Wait, what are you doing? Squaboo, if you know what I mean. Squaboo. There we go. We're doing so well. Okay, it's 3 a.m. How long was today's stream? 5 hours. So I guess this is the end. Thank you all for coming, and I will see you Monday. I'll see you on Monday. And for Monday, I will create something really special. I promise. I promise. I promise something really special for Monday. Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, and also we're gonna do the challenge, I think, on Monday. Isn't that right, fake Alec Kyle Parker? We're gonna be doing the challenge on Monday, or before I go, we need to have this clear. We need to have this figured out. We need to have our conclusions. But yes. I'm gonna write love and solidarity. Love and solidarity, and ask if Monday is the challenge. Challenge day. I think it might be. No answer. Everybody's gone. I DM'd. Okay, I'm gonna finish and do the thing.